Oh, I can't even jump. Oh, I've already done that bit. Mm. Okay. I think we're good now. I don't know what was up with the stream, but I think we're good.
I've no chuck with strangers. Oi there, give me a moment.
Hoi there
Good
to you
day.
too.
Might I have a word with you?
You may. You might. You should. You shall. You will. There's still that blowy windy sound in the show. Okay. Hey, Kevs. How are you doing today? Um... Uh... Oh. Okay. Takes after its owner then. Testing.
What a way to build up these arm muscles.
Yay!
Lifting a mug of ale to my lips. There is nothing for
How are
it.
you doing today?
I must learn to swim.
Bingo has decided to master one final skill for his journey. He will learn to swim.
You will learn to swim. Oh, that sucks. I'm alright. Bit tired, but generally alright. Lame, to be honest with you. Pretty lame. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it. I'll tell you some other time. Yeah, but not great. Up to anything interesting today? You still working from home? Actually, I should check what. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, that's good. Did you install Elden Ring on your PC? It might be fun to try some multiplayer sometime, though I don't know how it works. What, so you get tomorrow off as well? Yeah, nice. I think I'm going to need help killing that magma dragon. I really want that katana, though. And there's quite some other stuff we can do. To be honest, if nothing else, a bit of direction would be nice. I feel like I've made some progress. I'm not making the best progress in the world, but considering it's like my first real attempt at a Dark Souls game, or like a Souls-like game, I feel like I'm doing okay. Problem is, I try and Google stuff, and it's so complicated. It's like I wanted to get the Greatsword Carrion Blade ability, and I have to kill a dragon, but then the dragon goes to a different area, and it's like... Yeah, so getting the Moonveil is like my next on the list of things to do. I have to do the Rani questline as well, apparently, so I can get her hat, because that increased the carrion spells. And also get Comet Azure, which apparently I need. But I'm really glad that I managed to kill Margit the Fellowman. I know he's like the first boss and kind of easy, but yeah, I was happy about that. Do you know what? What was crazy is after I died the first time pretty quickly, do you know what it is? It's that jump up and that hammer ability, because he can just spam it. And so, like, the first time he did it, I dodged out the way, and then he did it straight away again, and I just wasn't ready for it. I imagine if you're playing, like, a paladin or something like that. Can you just multiplayer all the time, or is it only for bosses? I was wondering that yesterday.
Fairly well, but let's avoid rivers anyway. Let us return to my hobbit hole.
Yeah, we have other quests to do first, though, Bingo, my boy. Okay. That's cool. Because maybe even just some help to get, like, a few, like, items would be quite helpful. Can I, like, does it have to be where a boss is in terms of, like the boss arena, or is it just an area where the boss is still alive? If that makes sense. So would I have to spawn you to, like, the magma worm itself, or just the area where it's still alive? So you could help me kill the trash. Nice. Because there's some stuff I need from the Royal Academy, but the stuff in there is so hard. But I need, like, yeah, I need loads of stuff from in there. Yeah, exactly. They just spam Glintstone Pebble like there is no tomorrow. And then, these guys came out with, like, 4 swords and went all General Grievous on me, but didn't even give me a chance for a hello there. They just span around and stabbed me, and I'm like, okay, bros. A little bit extra. I need to get a bow. I got the squid summon, but I need to now find out. Well, I've got the squid summon, and I've also got the carrion hound, the carrion rot hound, scarlet rot hound, whatever. But the girl says I need to get something to upgrade them, so they're still just level 1. I will fully admit to, I wasn't going to Google stuff unless I was completely stuck, but I did have a little look at a little guide yesterday, like stuff to help, like some little things to pick up that can help if you're completely new to the game series. And one of them was like the squid makes quite a good tank, and the scarlet rot hound, scarlet rot could be quite beneficial at low level. Eventually, I want to get the fake me, the evil twin. But I think that's later on in the game. Looks quite hard to kill as well. I watched a video of that earlier. It gets all your skills and abilities and stuff, and so yeah, I figured maybe that's. I'm not sure I could beat me, so I think I'll wait until I've got like some good spells. Yeah. Is that how? Oh, so at what point? Because obviously, if I get stronger, it'll get stronger. So at what point is it best just to go in and? No, that's fine. I mean, I suck too, so we can suck together. I wonder if anybody will ever do like a full multiplayer for it, because that would be really fun, just doing a full multiplayer work through. Not work. You know what I mean, like playthrough. Yeah, it would. I'd really like to. So, like, I was looking at paladin spells, and it seems like there's some really good like buffs and heals and stuff. And I think being like a kind of a support paladin build would be a lot of fun if you went like just like full DPS. Don't need to kill those. Yeah, because the thing is that having 2 people there would really allow you to explore other aspects of the game like that, like support builds and stuff of that nature. I think my next character will be a paladin either way though, because the paladin spells look really good. I can't remember what they're called. Blessings? I don't know, but they look really good. So I thought I might do like either a dual wielding paladin or like a like yeah, the faiths. But I think, what are they called? I know some of them are called like blessings and prayers and stuff, but I can't remember what the overall miracles. Yeah, maybe incantations. That's it. Incantations. Yeah, some of the incantations look really good. So I thought my next card is probably going to be like a paladin type, just because I think they look fun. I wonder if fire magic is as overpowered in Elden Ring as it was in the Dark Souls games. That would work. But it's a shame they don't just add like full multiplayer in that way. Not full multiplayer, but you know what I mean, like. Yeah, so my kind of idea was, it started. I'll tell you what it started for. The Rani quest gives like a greatsword, like a faith scaling greatsword, and that's what started it all. It would. Yeah. I don't think it's better than having no multiplayer whatsoever. But I do think it'd be a sort of game I'd enjoy a lot more if all the pressure wasn't on me. It's kind of like action RPGs. I really enjoy action RPGs, and I think other than MMOs, it's probably my favorite game style. But they are always a lot more fun. Oh yeah. Why is? No, I haven't. Yeah, Book of Beasts. No, I've seen the anime though. I played. What was the last one I played? What was the one that came out before this one? The last one with a name. The anime's okay. Not. Lacrimosa of Dawn. Oh, that's the last one I played. Yeah. That was the last one I played. I really enjoyed them. They are like, kind of like... Well, it depends, because they change a bit. Some of them are more like just action RPGs. The other ones are more like action RPGs, but it's not really on mass killing so much as like avoidance and stuff like that. And I have to say, I kind of like the less hard ones more. But that's just kind of my... Yeah, it is. It flows really nicely as well, which was one thing I was surprised by. Number 7, I mean, is how well the combat flowed. But they kind of, I think the focus changed, because I remember the first East games, Legend of East games, they were meant to be quite hard, and I think they eased up on that somewhat, at least in terms of just making the game as hard as possible. There's actually an action RPG from like I want to say the 90s called Alundra. That's also really good. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. You know what? I love Kingdom Hearts, but I always think anyone who thinks Kingdom Hearts 1 is the best is insane. Like, it's got a great story and stuff, but the combat is so stiff. And the targeting is so pants. Like... Yeah. I have to be honest, my favourite ones are actually the DS ones, like Birth by Sleep and 365 over 4 days. And 358 over 4 days? Over 2 days? I can't remember what that one's called. There's another one as well. But I always think they're the best ones.
Gracious me.
It does. It definitely has the worst. The only game I could potentially say is worse than that is the one that used to be a mobile game that they turned into a... That was pretty pants as well. But, yeah. It's definitely the worst of the main series. I still think it's a great game. I'd still recommend it to anyone, but I always think people that think it's got the best combat are just insane. Yeah! Hobbit champion! A champion for the people. Yeah, I saw they're adding it, I was like, I've got to be one. I just have to be one. Like, if anybody makes a champion that isn't a Hobbit now, they're wrong. They're just wrong. Like, you can be a Hobbit lore master as well. How good is that? The bear is like 3 times the size of the master. Alright, how many more banditos do I need? Brigand Slayer. Like 28, that shouldn't take too long. I definitely think the Shire has the worst slayers of the starter zones. Like, the bandits, the goblins are fine, the wolves are fine, but the slugs suck, and the flies are only good if you can get that hill to yourself, otherwise it could take ages, because there's not really many more outside of that. But, I want the virtues, so... I have no idea how to play champion, by the way, so if you're looking for champion tips, you've come to the wrong Hobbit. Because this is the first champion I've had. Actually, that's a lie, I think I had a level 10 champion at some point when High Elves came out. But I mean, things are dying, so... You just get a bow as well. How's everyone doing today anyway? Does that one count? It does. Good. Is the difference between dual wield and two-handed really that big for champions? Because I much prefer dual wield. I know those guys don't count because they're not bandits, they're half-orcs. I always thought half-orcs are a bit weird because that indicates at some point a human has decided that orc, that's my type. Although I guess, to be fair, there were plenty of humans that betrayed the free people, so... How many more do I need? 5. I like the Hobbit dual wield stance. I think it's cool. Yay! Let's finish setting up. Let's not. Now I'll see if I can remember where the thingy is. Fly Island. But I'm gonna also look for that. That one. How are we doing? How are we doing? Oh, I've got a point. I guess we'll just keep putting points into wild swings. I don't actually know if it makes more sense to get wild swings or critical strike chance, but I use wild attack a lot, so I'm gonna assume for now it's better to get that. Alright, let's get loyalty? I'm guessing a loyalty. I guess we can't skip world chat. Oh, I was going to walk through the water, but I noticed it's too deep. I wussed out. Hobbits don't like water. Oh, Kevs, it seems like there is actually a mod for Elden Ring that makes it into full multiplayer. We could totally try that if you wanted. We'd have to use Hamachi though, or log me, not log me in. No, what's the other one? There's Hamachi and there's another one, but we'd have to use one of those. What's it called? I don't remember. Yeah, that works too. That works nicely. I still need a toadstone. If anyone has any questions about Lord of the Rings or just wants to talk about something, feel free. I know almost nothing, but I'm happy to lie and just make up answers. No, I'm kidding. I know almost nothing. It was fate that brought you here. I need another toad. Oh, there's one. Boop. Okay. Actually, I think I forgot some quests at Progmorton, so I should probably do that. I was too excited to be a Hobbit champion, and I kind of got off my path through here. It's good. It's complicated, but it's like the story of Lord of the Rings itself is quite not straightforward. There's a lot of characters and things happening, but it's once you get outside of the realms of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit that things get complicated.
Could I take a moment of your time?
That said, if you do get confused about anything, there are so many videos on YouTube explaining every possible aspect of the Middle Earth legend stuff that you can find out anything. It's like there are scholars that have dedicated their whole life to researching and writing about Lord of the Rings. It's like crazy. You know, it's funny as a Middle Earth fan. There's some things that you can like you always know if someone's like read the books and stuff, or they've just watched the films, because there's some like weird changes that not even weird changes, but it's like there's some changes that the film's made. I can give you the most classic one is about the Bjornings in The Hobbit, which is people say he was the last one, but that was just in the film. He said he was the last one. In the books, I mean, they had a meeting, so that indicates at least a few. He had children, which indicates at least 2. What's that? Floating. A ribbon snake. Yeah, there's a few things like that where it's like like in the books, there's 5 hobbits that know about the secret of the ring, because there's also Fredgar Bolger, but he stays behind to pretend to be Frodo. Well, not really to pretend to be Frodo, but make people think that Frodo actually moved into his new house he bought, rather than to know he'd left. Since people in Buckland didn't know what Frodo looked like, so... Right, where's Lobelia? Lobelia! Maybe it's that one that's still marked on the map. It is. No, leave me alone, Toad! Right. Could you imagine if that was the case in real life, if someone's dog got out and the way that you got it back into the house was by beating it up with swords?
Just a moment.
I think there'd be some very unhappy dog owners.
Hello there.
Okay, where are we going now? To Overhill. Man, those fireworks are going to drive me insane. Anyone up to anything particularly interesting? What's this quest? Did I forget a quest? Or am I just turning one in? I forgot one. Told you I was so excited to play a Hobbit champion. It completely threw me off my normal routine of doing the Shire. The green dragon's up there, okay. That's where we're heading anyway, so we're good. I don't know. I wonder if I can disable the... I wonder if I can use the filter to disable the firework sounds. That would probably make it less annoying. Filter, sounds, record. Here we go. It's not going to happen now, is it? Oh, that's what it is. That is very annoying. I always wondered what that was. Osdo's going to be very happy I figured it out. I have to tell him. Yeah, Uh, no on that. Yeah, nice. Okay, so no more thunder while I ride. That was driving me insane. Because I was wondering, I never hear him on Beyond, but he uses the regular boar. It's only my minstrel and this guy that uses the thunder boar. Did it say that it makes annoying thunder sounds? Okay, what are we doing here? Going this way. I guess we should also go and get more slugs. During this endeavor. Would also probably be an ideal. Wait, is that? Oh, one more and I get that, whatever it does. 5% more damage per feather.
A lovely day, isn't it? Take a moment of your time.
We're not doing that yet. I think I had a quest to find trade goods. There we go. If you could not anchor me, that would be great. Thank you. You may go about your business. How many more of these? So we need quarry and Bushfield Wall. Old Odo's Leaf Farm. Oh yeah, I forgot that. That's doing loads of quests, so we're good.
A lovely day, isn't it? Could
It
I
is.
take a moment of your time?
We should get that at the same time. Well, not at the same time, but after we've done this. Okay. I'm erring a lot today. My brain's not working at full speed. Hobbit stature. No spiders. I don't need you. Please leave me alone. Thank you. Right, bears. Could you guys just not kill me? I don't want to kill all of you. There's no deed for you, so it'd be a waste of death. Yeah, this drumming music's kind of weird for combat music because it makes me think there's just literally just some dude following behind me, banging a drum. I was trying to find some copyright-free music earlier, and some of it was really bad. So that's still a hunt. Still a hunt for that. Alright, everybody, I got your weird stuff. Oh, I got a bow finally. I finally got a bow. I think I've missed a quest, because I'm sure there's one to get slug slime, but I don't remember where from. But I would have thought I'd come across it already. Maybe I already have it and just... Finding the nest, seeing Zogger, some muffins, golden perch... doesn't look like it. Alright, let's go... Let's just go kill some slugs. What do you guys think of the new, the pre-purchase, the new expansion? Oh, you couldn't even just let me have it, could you? Oh, bears. No, you're dead, and I didn't get anything. Well, I guess I got 41 XP, but... Right, well, there's no more harvesting around here because I'm not going to kill everything. These bears have really got it out for me. I think maybe going Explorer was the wrong idea, but I wanted this title because it sums me up perfectly, especially if you've seen my Elden Ring play. I spend a lot of time just not really sure what I'm doing. I mean, that's true of real life as well. I spend a lot of time just wandering around my house, not really sure what to do. Or lost in thought. I get lost in thought quite a lot as well. class are they? Brawler. Right, slugs. I don't like you and you don't like me, but I do need you to die for the deed, so if we could put our differences aside. Oh, I got slimed. Oh yeah, I 100% agree. And I actually, so I'm sort of in two minds about a new starter zone, because on the one hand, I feel like maybe like the lower levels have gotten a lot of love recently with like Yonder Shire, the Anglo-Myth Elthor, and Wildwood and stuff. But on the other hand, I've been saying for a while that I felt that either they needed to redo the starter zones, not like redo them as in like get rid of the quest, but like make them a bit more starter friendly. I'd say Erid Luin's probably just a case of they need to work on the quest levels more than anything. The Shire is just all over the place. Like, you do so much running backwards and forwards. And Bree as well. Like, you go into, like, the forest, like, 3 or 4 times if you don't know the flow and know when to turn in quests and go get the next one. It's... Also, they need to cut down the number of quests you have to do for the Shire deed. I mean, I know there's a lot of quests in the Shire, but you have to do, I think, 75, which is just ridiculous. Yeah, 75. The other one's like 50 for the final deed. So I know the Shire's got a lot more quests in comparison, but it's also they need to change the stable masters in the Shire back to how it was, because you can't swift travel anywhere in the Shire until level 20, which makes no sense. Given that in the other starter zones you can swift travel from like level 1. But I have said for a while they need to look at the starting zones or add a new one. Adding a new one works as well. I think I really want the elk mount from the Ultimate Fan Edition, and I have mostly bought Ultimate Fan Editions in the past. I'm not so sure this time, only because I'm not sure whether I think maybe $100 for, like $90 in my case, for a mini expansion. I think it's excessive. I even think $20 for a mini expansion for the basic version is a bit excessive. I mean, I know, yeah, expansions are expensive to make, and so I'm not saying that it should be just free for VIP, because they're a business. But I do think that the pricing on mini expansions is excessive. I mean, it's not that different from main expansions, and you get way, like, if you compare the Fate of Gundabad to War of the Three Peaks, like, Fate of Gundabad got so much more content and a new class. But I'm a sucker for pretty cosmetics, so no doubt. But yeah, I in general, I completely agree. Any new addition of content to LOTRO is great. No matter what. I would say that I would like to see... Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's kind of the same thing. It's like I think maybe they could be a bit cheaper, but I don't think they're excessive either. Like I don't think it's not worth it, if that makes sense. Like, I'll pay it. And not even for like the $100 one. Like, I mean, that's fine if people want to pay it. You don't get any extra game value from it. You get cosmetics, and actually quite cheap cosmetics when you consider that you get mounts, you get armor, you get weapon glow. You know, some of them give like title bars and stuff. But it's like, when you consider all that, yeah, the 10% VIP discount is really nice. In fact, I was saying to a friend, even if you're not VIP, if you plan to buy the Ultimate Fan Edition, it's actually cheaper to get a month of VIP just for the 10% discount. But I'm really, really looking forward to the content itself. And the delving system looks nice. We don't really know the exact details, but it seems like it's some way to make missions harder, which I hope it applies to all levels, not just high level, but... Oh yeah, what I was going to say, so I think new content of any level range is good for the game, like, without a doubt. Even if they were to add 6 level 1 to 30 zones, it's still good for the game, because it encourages people to level more characters and stuff, which is always good for the game, for the health of the game. However, I would also like to see some revisions made to, like, Thorokel, Angmar, etc. Some of those lesser used zones, just because, like, in the case of, like, Thorokel, they could just add some more stable masters and then make all the quests, like, soloable. And the same's pretty much true of Angmar. Add a few more stable masters. Maybe get rid of the whole you can't cross the middle of the map without doing the book quest, just because that's kind of a bit frustrating. I mean, you can use a mithril coin to get to the other side, which is what I normally do, but I feel like they could add like a side quest that does the same thing without having to have someone do the whole book series. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but the expansion missions I think are still 20 to 140, aren't they? They're not just high level only. Personally, I really like the missions. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. Someone was saying they don't really see the point, and I was like, it's kind of one of those things that either you like them and they're good, or it doesn't affect you, in which case I really enjoy them. I would say I like the story-based ones more than the just random doing missions. Like, I like the Elladan and Elra here, and the Bilbo ones more. But I mean, the reality is there are some areas where content's a bit thin on the ground, and so like less so these days. Like 45 to 50 used to be really bad before the Mori revamp, where you could pretty much just go in at 45. There's also Wildwood now as well, and 40 to 45 could also suck. But there's that angle of Myth-Elf. Oh, there's someone else here. Do they want to invite me? How many more do I need? I can't imagine I need that many more. No, I do. I need 24. I guess I'll just... If they don't invite me, I guess I'll just come back. But I really like skirmishes as well. There's not really much point to doing them now, because the XP is worse than missions, but... I still think they're a nice system. Why do people have like an army of bolts that they just take through doing Slayer deeds? Is it just to get LOTRO points on the alt account? Although I guess they're using their alt account to do it, and though it'll be on their main account that they're getting the LOTRO points, I would imagine. Yeah, sluggy, sluggy, sluggies. I'm really happy you can be a Hobbit champion, though. You know, it's getting to the point, like the stage where all of my characters will be Hobbit. Except my Bjorning. I mean, it's already the case that most of my characters are Hobbits. Oh, Kevs, are you around? Yeah. In all games, I really like short races. I just always have. Like in Final Fantasy XIV, I play a Lalafell. In Warcraft, I always played like gnomes and goblins. I just like small races. I can't really say why. Even in Dungeons and Dragons, I usually play like a halfling or a gnome or kobold or something. I guess some people like playing really big races like giants and stuff. I think it's just aesthetically pleasing to me. Yeah, I think the Hobbit subrace will be captain. When they had the River Hobbits, I think that'll be captain. Like their extra class. I'd really like that, the Hobbit captain. I just hope that they don't give the shouts, like the worded shouts, to hobbits. I'm not. I like them, and I kind of like them in theory, but they get annoying after a while. Because the thing is that with they're just the random screams, there's variation in them, so it doesn't sound too repetitive. But like playing a warden or a captain or something with a cast that shouts a lot, it gets very repetitive. So I hope that they don't give them like an actual battle shout, like with that's worded. I think just keeping the screams is fine. I know some people really like the battle cries, and that's, you know, it just comes out of personal preference, but I just don't. Even the repetitive grunts from the Bjorning can get a bit old after a while. Although still, I did find the single most annoying sound effect, which is the Thunderball. Has like a thunder when you run. And for like 2 streams, I could not work out why the thunder was following me. And that is where it's from. How many more slugs do I need? Like 10? 13. I think it might be the case that we'll leave and come back. Because, yeah, I don't... So what server do you play on? Oh, there's one. Yeah. Do you know the male elf sounds desperate? Like, he sounds like he's like pleading for aid. No, actually, I like the dwarf ones because they actually sound like a battle shout, not someone in trouble. Yeah, I guess if they made the Hobbit ones more along the lines of the dwarf ones, I think I'd be like either the stout, both of them are good. Yeah, so I normally play hobbits if I can. If not, I tend to play dwarves, like my runekeeper's a dwarf, and if not, I play high elves, like captain and stuff. I don't mind the high elves. As a race, the shouts annoying, but as a race, I don't mind them. I don't think I've ever had a man or a regular elf. I don't think I've ever made one. Oh, my captain back in the day was a man. I think that's it. I think that's the only one. Like, when I played at launch, my captain was a man. Because he had to be. Yeah, no, you know, launch of the High Elf, the male only had one shout, and when he was supposed to do the second shout, there was just no soundfire playing. It was very weird. Okay, I think we're gonna just skip the last of those slugs for now, because I think there was another group going on getting them, and we've got plenty of other stuff to do. Yeah. That's weird. That is really weird. I wonder why. Yeah, and for ages the man just had one, but then they added another one. I don't think I've ever played any female characters. I generally don't in games. Again, there's no real particular reason for it other than I'm male, so I play male characters. It's... Actually, I think I had a Draenei in World of Warcraft that was a female. And like games that got gender locks and stuff, like in Lost Ark I play a female arcanist, just because
How do you do?
the mage is female. But by and large, when I got a choice, I tend to make male characters. What's weird though, right? So something kind of like funny is that I know plenty of people that only play female characters, and yet they seem to think I'm weird for only playing male characters. Like, what does it matter what characters I play? Like, play whatever you want. It really makes no difference. I've always like been annoyed at that people that try to make people that only play female characters justify it. It's like there's no justification for it. They just prefer it. I mean, there's sometimes justification. For example, a friend of mine mostly played female humans in this game because the males had really derpy faces. I mean, they still do. That one's a good justification. They do have derpy faces. Though I think humans in general have derpy faces, but... Like, in the game. Definitely met some derpy people in real life that had derpy faces, though.
Can't a body be left alone?
Right, how many more of those... Oh, this deed's hidden, and I wish it wasn't. So I guess we'll just have to hope that I did the ones. But yeah, I'm a big advocate of people just playing what they find fun and not having to justify it. Okay, so I guess we're going to... Oh, we can get rid of that quest because we're not doing it. Yeah, I guess we'll go talk to Farmer Maggot and Tony those quests next. Yeah, the annoying thing with the Shy is because there's no swift travel, it's faster just to run everywhere. Actually, I might go see if anyone's at that hill, the Yale Heights. Get a few kills with the flies there. Oh, I need Old Odder's farm as well. So what's your favourite class? Well, we'll say top 2, because I know sometimes people have a hard time picking one. Sweet. I don't need to do that one. I sometimes will skip the more out of the way quests, because you can skip quite a few in the Shire. Especially with all the pie quests, though I tend to do those last. See, now I could do no other quests and I'd finish just from the pie quest. Since bingos and the thingy don't count. The book quests don't count. I think that's the Ale Heights there. What quest is this? Is it a quest I have? It is.
do you do? Good day.
No, not doing
Might
that.
I have a word with you?
I really like Minstrel, but I never enjoyed it as a healer. I really like playing as a DPS though. With my little violin running around, shouting and playing. Yeah, clerics and paladins are probably my favorite archetype of things, like heavily armored, some melee, some healing. I really like Inquisitors in EverQuest 2 and Captains here, and I wish Captain was a better healer though. It's got a very fun playstyle for healing, it's just not very good. Well, I don't say it's not very good, it's just not very well suited. It's got its uses. In DDO I played a lot of Cleric and Paladin. I also really enjoy Spellblade classes. Yeah, Inquisitors, definitely my favourite class there. Though I really like the Archer healer. I really like that, but what's it called? Channeler? But Inquisitor definitely. Inquisitor and Dirge. I always really enjoyed Dirge just because I like the Spellblade style. Yeah, I was a Holy Warrior, Holy Paladin. I played a lot of Retribution Paladin as well though. What's this? Bracing attack. What's that do? Heals! That's useful. Is there a deed for it? I'm sounding way too excited about that. There's not. Well, that's good, because it means I don't have to use it. I can save for healing. What other games do I play? In Star Wars The Old Republic, I play a double-bladed lightsaber. I can't remember the name. Shadow? Though I really like the Guardian as well. But that's mostly because my favourite lightsaber combat style is just one lightsaber. I don't really dig the fancier lightsabers. I quite like dual wielding as well though. What are we? Level 14, so I guess one more level and we'll block. So I don't go too nuts. What other MMOs have I played? In Lost Ark I play a Paladin and the Arcanist that I aforementioned. ESO I play a melee sorcerer. Yeah, I know. Do you know what's funny about Inquisitor? It's always been either really amazing or terrible. Like there's been very few times I can remember in the Inquisitor, at least the times that I've played, where Inquisitor's been like, it's okay. Like the time I played the most was during the Destiny of Velius and the oh, what's that? The ice boss's name. Anyway, during those. And Inquisitor was so strong because they could do great DPS, they could heal with very little effort. But yeah, that's why I kind of more switched over towards the Channeler, because although the Channeler again is, I don't think Channeler's really that, at least not at the moment. I actually really like Beastmaster as well. In Final Fantasy XI, I play a Red Mage mostly. Red Mage and Blue Mage. Yeah, it was. It was just so well, like, especially with the epic cure that healed, so good. And then everyone started getting extra cures and stuff, and it was like, kind of took away what made Inquisitor special, with that they were the king of group cures. To be honest, I actually kind of had wished that Sony were like, or Daybreak were like, Inquisitors were going to kind of drop them down from being main healers and instead give them more DPS and kind of have them as like support healers. I think that would have been a nice way to go, because there was always that clash. It was like back during the I remember doing Kingdoms of Sky, and the Inquisitors shared gear with the Shadow Knight, which was really problematic because they lacked wisdom, but they did quite good damage with the strength and intelligence. So yeah. I feel like as well, Inquisitor in terms of healing never really got something that was like unique and highly needed. Like they had the cures and the radiating heals were quite good, but I feel like they never really got any unique tools that really drove you to want to. What other classes have I played? Yeah, Beast Lord I've played quite a lot. That's what I played in EverQuest 1 as well, but I haven't played EverQuest 1 that much. I've definitely played EverQuest 2 more. In Final Fantasy 14, I played a White Mage for the first expansion, then an Astrologian until the expansion before this one. Then I played a Dancer for an expansion because I was annoyed they didn't add a new healer. Yeah, exactly. And now I play Sage, which I really enjoy. But yeah, funnily enough, I've never enjoyed Minstrel Healer. In the original, like, in the pre-Mines of Moria, I played a healing captain, or as much as a captain was a healer. And then I played a Runekeeper healer. And now I've got to be Yawning. I like Red Minstrel much more. I actually thought, you know, rather than removing yellow, I had kind of a cool idea, which is turn yellow into like a DPS, a melee DPS tree. So like the ballad becomes like Thong Strike or something, and like you're still based on tactical damage, and you're still scaling with like the same thing, but it's like you become like a magic knight, so to speak. I thought that would have been the coolest solution to yellow not really having an identity. Since they were already positioned as like the middle tree with some damage and some healing, so I feel like that would have been a better. I can't really complain though, because in the recent patch, Red's definitely come out well from it. Yeah. So my two favorite classes are Captain and Warden. The reason why I don't really play Captain most and I play Yawning is because I don't enjoy tanking, and so I don't want to be a tank captain, and I don't really like the idea of just like, I don't mind Red Captain, it's fine, but I really want to be a healer. I think if they buffed up the healing tree and made us actual healers, I think Captain would rush to #1. Though I do really like Warden. It's such a fun class to play. Lag aside, that can get frustrating. How many more flyers do I need? Is it worth going back and coming back? Still need 15, so probably. I'll probably just come back later and do the rest. I don't really like standing around waiting. Yeah. I don't mind that so much. Yawning needs some help, though. It's good at healing, but only because it can raid heal. I feel like they could probably nerf Yawning raid healing a bit, but they would need to massively buff its single target healing, so it's kind of lousy as a tank healer. But the red tree is so weird, because you just go into bear form to put up debuffs, and that's it, and then go back into man form. It's like... Yeah, I don't mind Red Captain, but it's not what I'd prefer to play. Like, I could never play Red Captain as like a main. I'd get bored of it too soon. That's why I like Warden though, because it's like, it's interesting and it's engaging. Red Captain is not engaging. It's literally just doing the same combos over and over again. There's no... Yeah. I always thought a nice thing for Captain might be is have some like skills, like some light damage skills that had a random chance to come up. Kind of like just something different to... Yeah, it does. So I feel like if they were to nerf Bjorning's raid healing, they'd have to buff up their... Because otherwise there'd be no reason to bring one. The only reason that Bjornings are brought at the moment is because of their crazy raid healing. I think if they nerfed the raid healing and didn't buff up their single target and sort of, like, fellowship-wide healing, I feel like they just wouldn't have a spot. So I'm not saying that I don't think Bjorning is currently strong or anything. I'm just saying that I think it's very specifically strong. And if you got rid of that, it would go to being useless. Because for a while, like for the start of Bjorning, it wasn't good at anything. It was terrible DPS, rubbish at tanking, and pretty lousy at healing. But I think to be honest, there's something with each of the Beyonding trees that could do looking at. Like, the red tree needs to do more damage. Also, it needs some way to spend wrath, because currently you just get to maximum wrath and stay there. Since execute's rubbish, they should remove execute and just replace it with just a wrath spending attack that can crit. Yeah, I loved Warder when it first came out, but it was really overpowered, and nobody can say otherwise. Like, it could solo raid bosses, like on-level raid bosses. Like, there's videos even now on YouTube of Warden soloing, like, Turtle and stuff at level 60. Like, at the time. They're still up on YouTube. And it's like, it was a problem. But they got over-nerfed, and unfortunately, Turbine and SSG are just so bad for over-nerfing things. It's like, if something's overpowered, they don't just tame it down a bit, they just completely destroy it. And it's like, but that doesn't help either. Something being, like, massively underpowered is just as bad as it being massively overpowered. I'm not an idealist. I understand that games are hard to balance, but I sometimes wish that, unless it's a situation where, like, yeah, something's so overpowered it's causing actual problems, like soloing bosses. I feel like you should do gradual nerfs until it gets to a stage where you're happy, rather than what they currently do, which is destroy it. Also, Warden Tanky needs some help, because it's in a weird spot. But I definitely think, I think also Lawmaster, I know it's not quite as bad as it was, but the thing is, they're a support crowd control class in a game that doesn't really use crowd control, like, a lot. I mean, the higher tier stuff, sure, but I'm talking more like general gameplay. So I feel like that's something to look at. And Burglar as well is like, there's only really one tree used. Yeah, it's funny actually. People complain about the yellow mini changes, but Warder Minstrel actually came out really well after this. Like Red, especially, is. It's like somebody was complaining earlier that Red lost the stun on crit, and yeah, that sucks. But ultimately, Red came out really well, like really well. They got more damage, they got some more utility. Like they came out really well out of these changes. So
Take a moment of your time.
I really don't think any red minstrel should be complaining. I know I'm certainly not. And yellow wasn't really used anyway. Like, it's not like you're always going to annoy someone because there will have been people that played yellow minstrel, but it wasn't widely used. And I don't think removing it was the right choice, but I don't think they did a bad job with what they did. I think just finding another avenue for it would. See, what I thought is if they made, like, say, for example, they made, like, minstrel, like yellow minstrel, blue captain, and let's say, just for argument's sake, let's say yellow lawmaster. They made them all like a hybrid damage healing, so not as much DPS as a hunter or champion, but not as much healing as like a Bjorning and blue and stuff. Yeah, somebody was like, it's completely like changed the way that Red's played, and I'm like, but have you seen how much damage you do? Like, you don't need to kite, you just melt things. Like, I think Red Minstrel got the most significant DPS buff I think I've seen in a single patch. Like, it's crazy how much more damage they do. But it's like, people just like to find things to complain about. Now, I guess you could argue that I go the opposite way, which is I try and find things that are to not complain about, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine that Red is being more fashioned into a pure DPS trait. I think that's more than fine. I think that is necessary. Because, as I was discussing yesterday with someone, I do not think it matters which red spec class you take. Take a hunter, take a minstrel, take a Bjorning, they should all be capable of doing DPS. Because ultimately, it doesn't matter which class you take. Take 3 hunters DPS or 1 hunter, 1 champion, 1. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, I saw a clip someone put on Facebook of a minstrel killing stuff with... I don't know which spell it was, but... I also like that they changed the ballad to no longer just increase ballad and coda damage, but instead buff all damage. That's a really nice change as well. I mean, that alone is a quite significant DPS buff. But I never, to be honest, I'm gonna be honest, I never really took the talent to get the crit on stun for the crit on stun. I got it for the 30% crit. Like, the stun was a nice bonus, but I probably wouldn't have noticed that it had gone away if nobody had said anything. Oh, I have to wait till dark, don't I? Alright, let's go over here then. But it was like, it was a bonus, but to say that the entire red tree revolved around it is kind of nuts. I need to kill 10 harvest flies. Which is probably about how many I need for the deed. Yeah, it's exactly how many I need for the deed, so we're good. We've got some doubling up going on. But I really feel like if you're having to significantly kite with Minstrel since the changes as red, I feel like there's something else is the issue there. Because Red Minstrel should have more than enough self-healing and DPS to not have to kite things. At least like regular mobs. Like landscape mobs. So I feel like maybe... yeah, maybe there's other issue there. But I don't know, people play in different ways, and so maybe people like to play it safe and not have to self-heal and stuff. I don't know, I don't claim to... Oh, somebody else has been here. That's not good. Well, I guess we'll just wait around this time, because I need the quest anyway. To be honest, it's one thing actually I've really enjoyed since I started streaming. It's just seeing the different ways people play. Like, people seeing the way I play and being like, oh, I kind of do this, but I do this differently, or... Speaking of which, I should probably get the Stone of the Sources. Yeah, it has. That's definitely true. I always thought red stance should make heal self only, but also should give you a healing buff. Like a self-healing buff. Yeah, because I mean, if you compare the self-healing of like a red minstrel compared to a red Bjorning, I mean, red Bjorning's healing is kind of crazy. My Bjorning, he's only 51, but he heals for like 2k a crit, and he's only got 6k health. But that's definitely somewhere I think could be worked on. Is even if it was just the case of Raise the Spirit, improved Raise the Spirit, had more of a heal over time when in red, that would also be nice. Okay, so we're done with that. We got loyalty, which is what I wanted. We'll start powering up these if I don't unequip them. So generally I go with these three to begin with, or instead of Zeal and Valor, it's like Wisdom and Honesty for tactical. And the third one I usually get is crit, the fourth one I usually get is loyalty, and the last one is wit. I get wit last because I genuinely don't think you need finesse at the very low levels. I think you can wait until level 23 to get finesse. Like, nothing blocks, parries and evades much at low levels. I know people disagree with me, but they're allowed to. But you keep an eye on how many times you actually block, parry and evade, or they block, parry and evade, and you'll see it's very little. Unless you're like, maybe if you're like, yeah. So, there's a lot of stuff in yellow that's quite nice now for red. Especially in regards to like, Okay, so I can tell you one thing that I don't like. One change they don't like. I don't like that the red's corruption removal has been moved into melody stance, or resonance stance. I don't like that, because I don't like stance dancing. Every other DPS can remove corruption, so why does so there you go, there's one thing that I think I don't like. Although I'm glad they can still interrupt, but it makes no sense to me that it'd be like having to, a warden go into range stance to remove corruption. Like, it doesn't really make much sense. Did the wolves steal some of these things? They did. I wonder which class they'll do next. To me, the classes that could probably use the treatment would be Guardian. Although there's a lot of good stuff in Guardian Yellow stance, but a lot of it could just be generic, like the war cries and stuff. I feel like would suit either. And maybe Warden. Although I personally like Yellow Warden stance, it doesn't have much of a place in the current meta. So I feel like it either needs massively buffing or it could probably... Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess that's true. Because they said, what annoyed me mostly about it is they said that they wanted more reason to go into resonance stance, which I agree with. It was kind of underused except for using the AoE. The only time I ever used it was like, was to get the AoE coda for like, especially like doing skirmishes and stuff. It did a lot of damage. By and large, I didn't use it. But I don't like the idea that to make it more useful, they just took stuff from red, because that doesn't really fix the problem either. That's why I like the idea of having melody stance, like turn like your ballads and stuff into melee range stuff, so that you got some healing, but then you were limited to like melee range. I like that idea. Didn't go with it, but I thought that would have been a fun idea. Yeah. I have to be honest, other than the healing, I genuinely think in a lot of cases you're better off just killing the thing. Depending on, like, not so much if you, like, the tanking one can be annoying and the healing one, but... Unless you're, like, a captain or something that gets, corruption remover, yeah, high levels that you do want to remove them, though. I think I really like the minstrel changes personally, but then I'm a red minstrel, so I guess any changes to the better or worse for healing doesn't really affect me. I've never enjoyed healing on a minstrel. I've never done it, and if people don't want to group with me because I'm a red minstrel, that's fine. I don't mind. That is entirely on them. Like, I genuinely don't mind. Like, people are entitled to make whatever groups they want. I will say, I never really played it that much in groups. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Getting closer to my goal. If I get 30 followers, the hobbit gods will smile on me. Actually, nothing will happen. I'll just be happy. I'm sure that'll make the hobbit gods smile as well, though. How many more wolves do I need? Oh, loads. Okay. I wonder if this is the best place to do wolf. I mean, it's a pretty good place. I don't know if it's the best. Actually, I think at 30 followers, I'm going to get some custom cat knight light emotes made. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because there is the wolf den near, like over here, but is it there? Yeah, there, but that tends to be quite busy. Because people see it and are like, oh, I'll just do it here. Then I think we've only got to finish slugs and do goblins and spiders, but spiders easy in the quarry. Where's the... yeah. Where's the Slayer of the Shire? Oh, there. Yeah. Yeah, also there's quests there, and I'm like, personally, I'm not a big fan of, like, less so if I'm on the right level, but I generally try and stay away from quest areas. Just because I know how annoying it is when you're trying to do a quest, and there's someone just going around one-shotting everything. So I do try and avoid that if I can. If there's no choice, like, the Bandit Slayer, for example, in the Shire, there's only one place to do it, so... Although I don't think there's actually any quest to kill the bandits, just to get stuff from that area. Word of Craft Anger. That's cool. Alright, Wolfies, if you could respawn, that would be fabulous. I would appreciate it. I got a 6-hour Slayer boost from the Gold Hobbit gift today, so I'm thinking of going on like a, once I'm higher level, just going on like a mass slaying. Oh yeah, that cloak I can wear. Boop. That one's level 15. Let's just lock that. Yeah, Hobbit champion. Best class race combination. Prove me wrong. You can just imagine a Hobbit being a little ball of fury, just running around being angry at everyone and shouting and... I put him in nice white elven clothes just because, I don't know. I like the aesthetic of like an elven blademaster that's a Hobbit. He's like a Glorfindel cosplayer. How many more wolfies do I need? Probably not that many. Yeah, like 16. Should have enough here once they finish respawning. I wish there was like a hotkey for auto attacking so that I don't have to try and right and click on things while I'm running in. No, if you come in here to steal my wolves, I'm not happy. Avast, you scallywag. I nearly made the Hobbit Lawmaster, but I didn't. Although I did see a Hobbit Lawmaster with the bear, and it's like bigger than they are. Oh, I do have an AoE, I forgot about that. Could you not please, Langpot? Yeah, I'm not. I don't mind Lawmaster, it's just not. I'd rather be a champion. There we go. Wolf Slayer done. Also, don't you think that this Hobbit's got the perfect title for me? Oh. Helps if I go the right direction.
Mercy me!
Oh, of course. I get the quest to kill the wolves afterwards, but oh well. What time is it? How long is it till night time? It's afternoon, maybe. Maybe we'll do the rider quest, but probably not. Oh yeah, I need to kill wolves here, not... Okay. Fine. Oh, it's the Hunter Brigade. I don't need that many more, just 4 more. I'm done. I can't even read. Okay. What deeds have I got for champion? Shouting while I'm doing that. Blade wall. Yeah, it seems like it's just... Oh, I have to do it with savage strikes. I don't use that. I guess I'll have to start using that. Rip to shreds. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, so... Blade Storm. I think I've got Blade Storm. Isn't Blade Storm the yellow one? Yeah, so I'm guessing mine is Remorseless Strikes. What's the mark here? Is the pork? Oh, I guess he was here. Milo,
Goodness.
I'll have your sausage.
Could you help me with something?
Okay.
Oh, good day.
Goodness.
How many more quests after? I think we're getting to the point where we can just stop doing. Yeah, 14. If I turn in the ones I've already done here, combined with the easy to do ones near the quarry, I feel like that and the pie quests and we'll be good. There's what, like 10 pie quests? 11 pie quests, something like that?
Hello there. Good day. Might I have a word with you?
You might. So we won't do the Howling Midnight, so I'll have to go back to the Yale Heights. Hyacinth Tuck and Tuck, but yeah, okay, cool. I should probably actually, I've still got like 3 post quests to do as well. I should probably, go and level up crafting so I can actually see what I need to focus on getting. If anyone has any LOTRO related questions, or indeed any questions about anything, feel free to ask. Can't guarantee I'll have an answer, but I've got pretty good Googling skills. And I'm sure somebody here will know. We've got lots of knowledgeable people about the game. But if your question is which is the best race, and it's Hobbit, and if the question is what is the best class, anything that a Hobbit can be. Oh, it's still the Black Rider quest. I don't think we're going to be sticking around until night time. Oh, it is dusk. I guess we'll see.
A lovely day, isn't it? Could I take a
Where are
moment of
they?
your
Down by the
time?
water. Yeah, I thought that was quite succinct. Like, I would say those 2 questions are probably the ones that are asked the most. Well, and virtue questions, but yeah, which is the best class and which is the best race? The real answers are whichever one you like playing, and that's for both. Race really doesn't matter that much, and there's good and bad things about every class. Well, I've only played the Defiler, so I'm gonna say the Defiler because I like healing, but I don't know. I've had the Spider or the Warg's good, the stealthy one. I don't know. Personally, I like the Defiler, but I haven't played the others, so maybe it's my least favorite. I just don't know it. Oh my god, could you not? With that. Where are these prickle things? Oh, okay, there's one of that. Tapping. There's no tapping. What are you talking about, game? I like that. Actually, yeah, so class, race, and which is my favorite zone. I think they're the things I talk about the most. I like asking people the zone question, though, as well, to be fair. Because I feel like everyone's got a different answer and different reasons, even if they've got the same answer, it's different reasons. I just like talking. That's what you can all get from this, is I just like talking and listening to people's stories, or explanations, or just other people talking. Actually, I guess I got a question. What's everyone's least favorite class? I always ask what people's favorite class is. Favorite race. What's your least favorite class and race?
How do you do?
I don't know about like a full overhaul, but there's definitely been a lot of talk about them making it better. There are a lot of very bad textures in the game, even just replacing a lot, like the trees, for example. You can even see here, like they're just. I mean, this one you can see the repeating. It's like repeated right there where it wraps. But to what degree the overhauls are going to be, it's hard to say. We've not really had that much in the way of concrete stuff, but they did recently. Or relatively recently, add a 64-bit client, so I'm assuming that that's got something to do with it. But yeah, there will be some. Oh, that's the word on the street. Yeah, that's what always. Yeah, well, my graphics are on max, and other than some bad textures, I think it looks okay. Like, there's definitely areas like this where it's very jaggedy, and you think, well, it could probably be a bit less so. Yeah, so I will say with that question, there's no class that I wouldn't play. Like, I don't think there's any class where it's like, I just hate it. My least favorite is probably Lawmaster, just because I've never gotten on with it. But I don't hate it. It's just not that I don't like the playstyle. It feels very like whack-a-mole because you're just hitting whatever's ready, and I don't really enjoy that kind of playstyle. Yeah, so I like Burglar. I like dual wielding in games though. I'd say probably Guardian as well. It's not that I dislike it. I actually really enjoy Guardian, but it's probably the class I've played the least other than Lawmaster. Is it still not nighttime? Could someone turn off the sun? It needs to be nighttime. Okay, so I guess we will do the post quest now. and then get Brockenborough rings, and then go and do like some stuff in Tuckborough. To be honest, I haven't really played Champion that much, but I'm enjoying it. But you know, it might just be because it's a Hobbit. I like the focus building system though. I've always said Bjorning should have had something like that. Like the rat system is kind of useless because you just build it up and then it mostly stays full. I really like combo systems in games. I like the combo system with like the burglar as well, where you crit and open chains and stuff. But I've always enjoyed classes like Wild Rogue and stuff, where you build up and like Druid, Cat Druid. There's definitely specs I don't enjoy. I mean, Healing Minstrel for one. Fire Runekeeper I've never really gotten on with. Oh, stupid bat! Why'd you have to stun me, you bitch? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I can probably think of a build that I'm not really a big fan of for most classes because I don't really like tanking. So that kind of is at least one class, one spec for all the tanks. That's not even just limited to Lord of the Rings. I just don't enjoy tanking. I enjoy healing. Oh, like I do play Paladin sometimes in Final Fantasy 14, but mostly because I want to level it. It's not my favorite role. I like healing and support and sort of DPS begrudgingly. Oh no, I need to get the post quest. Actually, there's one exception to that, which is I don't mind tanking in Star Wars: The Old Republic, but only because you're mostly just DPSing.
Might I speak with you
Like,
a moment?
the actual amount of actual, like, purposeful tanking you do is quite low. This time, we're going to try and avoid the Biatch bats. Shadow? Well, I have a Shadow and I have a... Well, they've got the dual class thing now, so he's a Shadow and a Marauder. And I also have a Sage Guardian. He's Shadow? He might be an Assassin Marauder and a Sage Guardian. I also have a Bounty Hunter Imperial Operative at max level. Thanks, Tebix. I appreciate the follow. I actually don't think there's any class in Star Wars: The Old Republic I don't like, though. Again, there's specific specs that I'm not a big fan of, but... Like, I don't really like the tank gun classes. Oh, I said I was going to avoid the bats, and then I just didn't avoid the bats. Actually, I can tell you a tank that I really enjoyed, which was in Rift. The Justicar tank was really fun to play. It was sort of my second favorite spec after the Alchemist, the Elemental Alchemist Archmage. That was also really funny. Oh, really fun to play. I really wish Rift hadn't given up on it. It had one of the most interesting class systems of any game. The mage was so good, especially the DPS mage where you turned your staff into a sword. So original, like really genuinely quite unique. And turning your staff into a
Might I have
bow,
word with you?
or like the yeah, it's just so good. Yeah, we are doing that. I forgot.
Might I have a word with you?
The mage healer was good too. The Chloromancer was quite a unique take on healing. What class do you play in Star Wars: The Old Republic? Hoop. No broken legs here, and then hoop. There we go. So that should be me now done with that deed. Just, yeah, talk to the guy in. Okay. Yeah, let's do this until the point where I have to go back to... Yeah, I definitely think Guardian, like, DPS Guardian is probably up there with my favorite. The bleed one, like the one that has like bleeds or dots, I should say. They're not bleeds, they're like elemental burn. But oh yeah, I didn't actually do that yet. I really like that playstyle. I like the bleed based Marauder as well.
Could I take a moment of your time?
You could. Could get revenge on those bats. Yeah. I feel like the other spec isn't bad, it's just not as fun to play as the bleed one. So they nerfed the bleed ones. Like they nerfed it recently. It used to be like in 7.1 it was or 7.0. The explode, like if you kill something while it's bleeding, you explode. I do. A lot. It's probably my most played MMO. Both at the moment and in general. I played a lot of Final Fantasy 11 as well though. Alright, this quest should get me leveled and I can block. Thought about streaming Final Fantasy 14, but I mostly just craft and gather, so I'm not sure it'd be particularly interesting. Yeah, I think it definitely... I'm going to be honest, towards the end of Shadowbringers, I was getting a bit tired of the whole Ascian trying to destroy the world thing. I felt, because that story had been going on since, like, 1.0. So I'm really glad now that we've moved away from that. But the new story, the thing with... I don't know how far in the story we've got, so I'm not going to spoil it. But the thing with, like, the dragons, I really like that story. I think it's a good story so far.
Hello.
How everything came together at the end of Endwalker as well was so good. Like, the story was so good. Yeah. Also, the genuine feels that I had when Meteon was talking about the places she'd gone, and like people had all killed themselves and each other and like destroyed the oceans and stuff. I was like, well, yeah, but humans will do that. Well, and fish people and... I actually think the final days dungeon where you see the end of the 3 planets, like the planet with the frog people that poisoned their waters going to war, the people that got rid of all disease and strife and got bored and so created the creature to kill them, and the war where the guy sends up all the missiles to destroy all life. I thought those were very thematic, like very engaging and what's the word? Not thematic, atmospheric. Like, the way that the guy, once he fires all the nukes, is like, what now? Like, he's the last living person on the entire planet. What would you do?
Is there something I can do for you?
But yeah, the story is super good. Yeah, also, the dungeon where you get to have, like the Asians like Vanar, Emmet Selk, and Hythlodaeus, with you is so good. There was a bit of a story hole in that though. So you know, after I mean, this is a bit of a spoiler for anyone that's not played Endwalker, but it's the leveling story. So I mean, it's been like nearly a year. So if you've not done it, chances are you're not that bothered. But you know, the bit after you finish the dungeon with them and Meteion starts the rewrite, and Hythlodaeus starts the rewrite and Meteion leaves, and you escape through the crack that Vanar makes. There's kind of a bit of a story hole there, which is you could just get Emmet Selk to read your mind, because then he would know what happened. Because the Ascians in their full form can read minds, so you could just go up to like Vanar or, well, Vanar knows, but you could just go up to Emmet Selk and have him read Vanar's memory, and he would then know everything. Because they've got the echo at that point, so that was a bit of a loophole.
Hello there.
I'd actually love, so I've said I think the next expansion should either be exploring more of the past, which I think would be amazing, or what would also be good is like an expansion with the Sea of Stars. Since we've got the Ragnarok now, it would be cool to go and see if Meteion was right about that we're the only living star left. I think that would be very cool. Also, finding out the origin of the dragons as well was probably one of my favorite things about that expansion. Like, we found out the origins of dragons and why they went to Elpis in the first place.
How can I be of service? How can I be of service?
You can let me kill goblins. Yeah, so obviously we've already gone to the bounty. He said about finding the identity of the 12. That sounds interesting. There's also something. I can't remember. Mericita? No. Mericidia. There we go. I think maybe Mericidia will be the next expansion. Because that's where Graha's from. Or he's from one of the islands that was conquered first in Mericidia. So I'm thinking that we'll go there next to see what's been going on. That's my theory. What server do you play on? Oh, the moon was cool too. Moon bunnies are best bunnies. Like, Puddingway is like MVP. He's the real hero of... I'm surprised there's not a Loperit's beast trap though. Yeah. Oh yeah. I love all the bunnies. They're so cute. I want them as a race. Like, you can get rid of Vera. I want Loperit's as a race. I actually nearly race changed from a Lalafell into a bunny boy because I think they're really cute, but I decided not to because I like being a Lalafell. Although I can actually show you a picture of my Lalafell. And he's very cute as he is. I just need to work out how to do this, so 1 second. Just get the goblins to stop trying to eat me. I love Lalafell. They got weird proportions though, but I think they're so cute. I like playing small races, so if they had another small race, I probably would be whatever it was. I also think the Rogadin are very weird as well. They could probably, I think, if we're going to be cutting races, they could probably cut those as well as the Lalafell. I guess I could just... Okay. Let's see. I'm going to do this without doxing anyone. I was very nearly a cat boy to begin with. Here we go. I should be able to just do it like this, and I can avoid doxing people from sharing Discord. Browser. Okay, URL there. There we go. That's my Lalafell currently. It's a picture of him earlier after I dyed his outfit. Yeah, he's so cute. Let's see if I can find a picture of him pre. You can see what he actually looks like. Yeah, my friend got me that for my birthday the other day. The fat cat outfit, and I dyed it blue because it's actually the same color as his hair, but I didn't realize that his hair would be hidden. Yeah, this is probably a better picture actually of him. You can see the color a bit better there. Okay. This was me showing a friend like the colors, but at least you can see my actual character a bit better. Yeah, it is. It's super cute. I really like it. I'm glad my friend got it for me. There you go. That's what he looks like normally. Sort of got a bit of a Karen haircut from that angle, but it's not. So yeah, that's my LFL. I have my yeah, I like it. I like the blend between the pink and the blue as well. And he has the same coloured eyes as hair. So like the pinks on like one of his eyes is the same pink, and the other one is I stole some from there. I got a JoJo outfit from there that I stole, like how to make it. He looked very cute, and also a Shao one from Genshin Impact. I made him that outfit as well for his Dragoon, which looked very cool. He also dressed up as a bunny sometimes, so you can get like bunny ears, and so he wears that. And I dyed the ears the same color as his hair, so it looks like he's just got bunny ears. And they call him a Bonafel. But the cat hoodie is my new favorite. It is super cute. I just like it more dyed. I don't really like the default fat cat colors, like the white and like brown. Oh, the slippers as well. Like the little fat cats on the slippers are kind of cute. Yeah, that was crazy. The number of new people that started. Do you know what I like most about Final Fantasy, if I'm honest? I like the fact that you can just be a crafter and gatherer, and it's like a full like gameplay style. Like it's a full thing. There's gear. There's like hard crafts. There's content. It's not like in other games where crafting is kind of a side thing that you press a few buttons and do it like rarely. It's right. What am I doing now? Talking to Halros. Yeah, I did stream briefly. I streamed a few dungeons the other day, which people liked, but because I don't do like raids or like hard content, I mostly craft and gather. I think it'd be a bit boring to watch, unless you were particularly interested in making money with crafting and gathering. Because that's pretty much all I do. That and dailies. Like, been leveling Reaper with the elephant dailies recently.
What can I do for you? What can I do for you?
Yeah, I do the MSQ. I actually finished the entire Hildebrand quest line on stream. Just showing people how to do it quickly. Because the Hildebrand weapons will be coming soon. So I thought maybe I'd stream some progress on doing the Hildebrand weapons. Maybe there'd be some interest in that, and then I could do like a more succinct guide at some point once we know more. Obviously, I've got no experience with the Hildebrand weapons, so I've got a lot of experience with upgrading weapons. I would do, because they've not said that it's going to be required, but I think it's going to be required. Because the last Hildebrand quest sends him up to the moon, and he meets an alien. It's a bit of a spoiler. And I think that's where the Hildebrand weapons are going to come from. So I would almost guarantee that you'd be required to do the Hildebrand quests.
Might I have a word with you?
So I would do it. You can get them done in a few hours if you skip the story, though. The story's fine. Well, I'd say the original story's kind of bad. The one with Vivi is good. The one in Ishgard is good, and I didn't read the Kugane one, so I don't know. But the Shadowbringers one is good, or the Shadowbringer / Endwalker one is good. I read all the MSQ and like religiously. I skip almost everything else because it's not quite as much effort put in. I didn't used to. I used to watch like pretty much anything that was like. Well, I think not. I would say anything to do with the main characters I watch, like, because I'm interested. So like the stuff with like Tataru and stuff, I read. But
Might I have a word with you?
when it comes to just random quests to unlock random things or like the Hildebrand things, I'm just not that bothered. Especially with New Game Plus, like especially doing it on the stream, I just wanted to get it done. I want to show people that it didn't take long if you, because most of the quests are literally just go here, talk to this person, go there, talk to this person. I don't know where this idea that it was like a big long thing that would take you hours. I mean, it does. It takes. I think I did it in about an hour and a half. I can't remember. The stream's gone now, but it wasn't that long. And I was doing. I'd already done the first quest previously, but I was doing all the rest of it. But most of it, I'd say the longest bit was the fate, probably. Like, waiting around for it. And even that was like 3 minutes or something. But it's like the role quests, the level 85 role quests. Let's have a look. Ignore Nightbot, I've got him set to not actually be able to do anything, but to warn, so that people know that I don't want them posting links, but he was deleting everyone's messages, and I didn't want that. But kind of having a stream that's based around chat, it was annoying that he'd delete people's messages. Like, if there's something offensive, I'll delete it. He just brings my attention to it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I really like Ninja. You've got way more... Oh, no, maybe not. I was going to say you got way more high-level class than I do, but... I could probably find mine. Need to... I mean, I guess you could search the name, but... There we go. His gear's really random, because... Oh, he's only his Reaper anyway. But I guess if you started playing when the streamers did, then I have quite a few years on you, so... But yeah, I only have two 90s. And so we got summoned to 90 and didn't play it anymore. I just play Sage for everything. It's what I like playing, so I tend to do that. I think either Reaper or Dancer will be my next 90 when I get around to it. I mean, yeah. I can tell you something funny. All of my gatherers and most of my crafters were 90 before my Sage was. It wasn't so much that I didn't want to do the main scenario quest. I just really, really loved the crafting and gathering. been working on some of the relic gathering tools recently. Since they're a bit easier now. I did 2 of them. I did the mining pick and the leatherworking knife. Oh, 3, because I did blacksmith hammer as well. I did those during Shadowbringers, but it wasn't really worth it unless you really, really, really liked crafting gathering. Like, there wasn't anything in the game that you couldn't craft and gather without them, so I just wanted the really cool models. But yeah, if you ever need any advice about crafting and gathering, I'm not going to say I know everything, but I certainly know a lot. Do you know what though? What's funny? So I'm a crafting mentor, and I get, you know, a couple of messages a day or something. People, a lot of times people just want to know how to get started or the best way to get started. But it's like the number one question people ask me is like which crafting to do first, and I'm like, you have to do all of them. It's not like WoW where you just pick blacksmith and do blacksmith. You have to do all of them. They're so interconnected. I think except chef. If you just wanted to do one, just so you had one to do like content with, then chef. Otherwise, you have to do all of them. I mean, I guess if you had a friend that did all of them, so they could craft you the subcrafts from other classes, that would be fine. But like, I had a friend that just did goldsmithing, and I just craft everything else for him that he needed. Like when he needed like bars and stuff from armor and wood from, I just made that for him. Yeah, they are, and you can get the honor skill in their title as well. I mean, they're not going to make you super rich like they used to because they nerfed the thing, but it's basically free. So it's basically free money. So once you've hit 90, you're not going to be doing the leaves, using the leaves for anything else. Do you want to know something kind of funny though? So before they nerfed the money of the how much you got paid, I actually made more money selling the cookies than people did turning them in because people were lazy and they wanted the title, but they didn't care to make the stuff like the high quality cookies. So I just made them en masse, and yeah, it's a good. If you wanted to focus on one and then do the rest at some other time, it's good because there are some recipes. I'm not going to say there's nothing that other things use because there's like pebble soup and stuff that needs pebbles, but by and large, it just uses stuff. The annoying thing is you need fishing as well, though. So I guess on that regard, you need all 3 gathering, but I would level all the gathering anyway. But yeah, chef's a good way to start, definitely. Also, the collectibles aren't super annoying. Like, if it was something like Tailor, then you need, or Leatherworker, you need a lot of enemy drops, and so I'd probably say that's not a great one to start with, but the chef one, you mostly just need meat, which isn't super annoying to get.
Might I speak with you a moment?
And it's not, because it's usually not that expensive either. Right, back to Mickle Delving. Probably could just do this and go run down. But what I would say is, get your gathering to like 20 levels higher. So like get your gathering to like 30 and then take your crafting to 10 and then get your gathering to 50 and then take your craft. I'd do that. Otherwise you're going to find it a bit frustrating. You can just gather what you need and then grind the rest, but I think that way of doing it is easier. Fishing, I just grind fish. Like, I don't think it's really worth the effort of. I mean, you can do the fishing expedition, and you can also you can gather in Eureka, but you can make so much money from just selling gathered stuff once you get to like 20. I'd probably just do that and not worry too much about using leaves or save the leaves for crafting. It will be a slightly slower way to level, but if you check with the price of stuff that you can gather and then just gather the highest level thing you can using vended gear, yeah, you'll make a lot of money doing that. Well, again, relatively, you'll make a lot of money. Yeah, it is. It takes a little bit to get used to. It's a bit more in depth, especially once you get to things like bait fishing and not bait fishing, using one fish to catch another fish. It gets quite complicated, and high quality fishing. But just standard fishing I find very relaxing. Right, where on earth is the crafting area? I think I have misplaced it. Oh, it's over there. You can also do ocean fishing, which is quite a good way to make XP. I wouldn't recommend that until you've at least got some, like, a good handle on how to fish, because otherwise you just won't get any points and you won't get any XP. I'm gonna steal a crafting tool from someone that's a bit faster. So, who's probably got one that I don't need them to have? Let's check my roomkeeper. Oh, I wonder if I should play some Elden Ring, or if I'm going to carry on streaming Lord of the Rings online. I mean, stream Elden Ring or carry on streaming Lord of the Rings online. I guess I'll keep streaming Lord of the Rings for now. Does he even have a crafting tool? He does not. I don't want to steal my Bjorning. Here's we'll check Cupip. I have a level 10 dive champion. Yeah, 23 champion was my hands before. Yeah, I haven't played Warcraft since Legion. Even then, I quit before the first patch of Legion came out. I'd definitely give Lord of the Rings a try. I mean, you can get quite far without paying anything, so I'd definitely give it a go. There we go, enduring. That's what I wanted.
Will you give me a moment of your time, friend? What can I do for you?
What crafting city? Oh, Taylor and Forester, okay. Do you have any... Oh, he does. Might as well borrow that. Oh, I say borrow, I'm not going to give it back. Yeah, I forgot he was, yeah, not my favorite game anymore. I just think at some point Blizzard lost their way. I think that's the best way of putting it. Like they forgot or didn't know what made their game fun. Oh yeah, I forgot I had my brawler. I wonder if he's got the Gundabad one. Yeah, exactly. Here's what I say about Blizzard: is they went from a company that had a popular game because it was good, like they made a good game and it was popular, to a company that's trying to make a good game so they become popular. or trying to make like a 1 second. Is this my Gundabad one? No, it's just enduring. Okay, what crafts he? Metalsmith? Metalsmith is good. Okay then, does he have a... He's got lots of food on him. He's got a lot of food. Why has he got so much? These good questions, these. Oh, he does have all these as well. So we'll just use them. I have to say, I think to some degree, at least in regards to the story, they also ran out of ideas. That much is apparent, especially from like Legion, because Legion should have been a really great expansion, and instead it was kind of, the story at least was a bit mediocre. Okay, I think I'm good with this. Which is a shame, because I actually think the Warcraft lore is really good. They also went from like being the ones that came up with all the like the new ideas and the new like stuff to being the ones that just copied other people. But I think also, other than just losing the people that cared about the game, I also think they lost the people that actually had the good ideas to other games. Because I remember when Final Fantasy XIV 2.0 came out and people were like, oh, it just copies WoW to go be successful. And now it's like, yeah, Warcraft just copies all their ideas from Final Fantasy XIV. It's like how the times have changed. There we go. Stick that one in there. Yeah. It's like, for me, it was Elder Scrolls Online that I really first saw, like, oh, actually, Warcraft's not good at telling stories. That was the first one for me where I was like, oh, actually. Maybe Warcraft isn't so good after all. At telling stories specifically. Oh man, these bags get so full so quickly. So what are you up to at the moment, anyway? Or anybody? What's anybody up to? Burglar is like a dual wielding dagger user that has like stealth and like that sort of thing. You've also got Retribution Paladin. Probably this is the captain, not really that great at DPS, but it's more of a buffer. You've got Champion, which is what I'm playing. You can use a two-hander if you want. Guardian as well is pretty good at DPS and uses a two-hander. I think if you like that stealth gameplay, then... And Bjorning as well, actually, is probably closer to a Retribution Paladin. You get some heals, but mostly you're a two-handed DPS murder machine that can turn into a bear. But it's quite bursty, like Retribution Paladin. If you like the combo system of Ninja, you've also got Warden, which is, it uses the spear and shield, but it's, and you can be a hobbit now, which is great. So yeah, if you're not really that bothered about stealth, then dual wielding champion is also, I would say, kind of similar to Ninja. You've got technically a tanking tree, but I can't really speak on that. I've never played it. I haven't even really looked at it. You've got this, which is like the Berserker, which is like single target. You get like weapons master at the bottom, so you get crit damage or just base damage, and then you've got Deadly Stun, which is AoE. But again, I've not really played this. I have had a quick look at it, but I've not really played it, so I'm mostly just sticking to red at the moment. I know some people like to pull lots of stuff on their champions and AoE, but I'm not. As you've probably seen, I like to single target stuff. It's just the way I prefer to play, especially since I'm talking and reading chat at the same time. So I don't want to do anything that's too stressful. Not stressful, but that's going to divert my attention. Otherwise, I just sit here in silence playing, which is not the ideal. Sometimes that happens anyway, just because no one's saying anything. I do try and at least keep conversation going. But I mean, I don't know how many character slots you get by default. I'd definitely say, like, dual wielding champion is probably a good one to start with. It's a really good DPS as well. Doesn't really have anything in the way of, like, support. So you will be a DPS regardless, but... Race makes no difference, so just pick whatever you like. I mean, I wouldn't say it makes no difference. It makes so little difference, though, that I would basically say it makes no difference. Okay, so I guess that's okay, given that I just used Dash that I had. Okay, while this is forging, I'm going to be right back a couple of minutes. Get a drink and stuff. I'm back, friends, with a nice cup of tea. And a cat that is going mental. Why are you mental? What's up? What? You been a good girl? You are a bit mental though. No, don't rub your face on the microphone. They don't want to hear that. You're chasing your fake mice around the house. She's such a good girl, but she looks like, if I throw her mouse for her, she'll bring it back like a dog. But she looks so pleased with herself. Like, look what I did. It's like, it's not real, and I know it's not real, and you know it's not real. But you're still very pleased with yourself, aren't you? We have to get back to hobbiting. I can't give you belly rubs. You're a good girl, though. No, don't rub your face on the microphone. Alright. You can just sit on my knee then. Okay, so crafting's done. Right. Do you have any pets?
How do you do?
Oh, nice. I really like dogs. I like all animals. I just happen to have a cat.
Stay and have some tea.
Oh, do you have tea, thanks? Let's go see what the old bingo wants. Probably has to do all the work. Could you purr any louder? I think you probably couldn't. Okay.
I hope you will pardon the mess. I have had so few visitors lately.
I was just like making me do everything. No, time for a kiss. She's off to bed now. She's like, I've done my socializing for the day. Oh, where's the last thing? Is it in here? Yeah, there it is. My mother's got a big dog. It looks like a bear. I don't know what breed it is, but it's massive and fluffy. I'm not a big fan of big dogs. In general. I mean, I've liked individual big dogs. I like her dog, but I'm more of a medium dog kind of
I
person.
wrote a petition to keep Bingo from going
She had
on
a
this
greyhound that I
adventure.
really liked. When I moved into a place that could have pets, I wanted a cat. Mostly because I'm disabled, and so walking it would have been kind of a problem. Or theoretically, it could have been a problem if I wasn't well. So I thought,
A
oh look,
lovely
there's a
day,
dwarf
isn't
captain. The first one I've seen. And dwarf warden. They must be playing together. What else were we doing here? Oh, yeah. I lost track of what I was doing there for a second.
Will you look at this? What sweet neighbors I have.
Bingo is so oblivious. Like, so oblivious. He's like Two Flower from Discworld. Just completely oblivious. Yeah, I adopted my cat. It's actually pretty coincidental. So I was looking for a cat, but I didn't want the kitten because I don't think I could look after one. So I wanted a cat that was already not an old, like, still a young cat, but one that was past the whole like energetic, running around, causing catastrophes, needing to litter train and stuff. So I called up a charity that deals with trying to reduce the number of wild cats in the UK. And they said that they didn't really adopt out cats, but they'd keep their eye open. And then literally like a week later, they said, well, we've just had a cat in. She's blind. And we don't think she'll survive. I was like, perfect. I will take the cat. And yeah. Other than occasionally getting a claw in the eye, she's a really nice cat. But it's just an accident. She just misses. She tries to stroke my face and just misses. She has to be careful not to move things unless she runs into them.
The journey is so
That's
close
it, yep.
now.
Blind cat, I'm happy with that.
Finally arrived.
I mean, to be honest, the only difference between her and other cats I've really noticed is one, she'll walk into things if they've been moved, and two, she's like really easily startled. Especially if she like hears a sound or something she doesn't know, or a new voice. Her default is just to run under the bed. I guess when you're blind, it's a big disadvantage as a cat to hear things that you're not used to. But as soon as she hears my voice, like I'll call to her, then she knows it's okay. But it's like food as well. She won't take food out of people's hands. She wants it on the floor. So that she can sniff it and like pour at it and stuff to make sure that it's actually food. Yeah. Well, she just finds ways to cope with things.
I think I forgot something.
Yeah, she likes stroking my face though, and I keep telling her that she doesn't have to. I'll just stroke her, it's fine. But she does. She likes just stroking my face with a paw, which actually feels really nice. But sometimes she gets a bit energetic and the claws come out, and then she pokes me in the eye. But she doesn't do it on purpose. She just gets a bit into it. She has got some sight in one eye. She can see a bit of movement, but not enough to make stuff out. But I think she can only... The vet seems to think she can only see movement because... she has this habit if, like for example, when my brother stays over, he tends to sleep on the sofa, and if his foot's out and he wiggles it, she'll pounce on it just because it's movement and it looks vaguely mouse-like. I guess when she was living on the streets, she just had to kind of pounce on anything that she could eat. But she's definitely the most chill cat I've ever met. Just so chill. Occasionally she gets bursts of energy like today, but by and large she just... She likes to do one of two things usually. Either sit on the windowsill and look and sort of listen to the birds, or she has like a cat cave thing that she likes to lie in and just stretch out in. I guess because she feels safe because it's kind of like covered. But she doesn't really sleep out in the open, like on the bed, unless I'm in there. Again, it's probably from her street days where hiding was probably a better survival tactic. You know what's funny? So my nephew's 17. If he wants something from me, he'll just spam me with messages until I answer, like it's the end of the world. But if I want something from him, he'll literally take weeks to answer, or just never answer. I love my nephew, but he can be a bit frustrating at times because of that. Because a lot of times it's just a simple thing. Like the other day I was out shopping. He stays at my house at the weekends, and I was like, "What do you want for dinner?" He just didn't answer, and it's like, "But I know you're glued to your phone 24/7." Every day. So far, every day. I think eventually I'm going to go to more of a 4 to 5 times a week. But right now I'm just streaming when I'm playing, so it's like most of the day, every day.
I think we evaded the nosy hobbits, but my choice of detour is not...
I just happen to stream whatever I'm playing at the time, which recently has been a lot of Lord of the Rings Online or Final Fantasy, but I got Elden Ring for my birthday on Tuesday, so I've been streaming that. I'm not very good at it, but I have a lot of fun, and people say it's entertaining to watch, so... I was going to play it like at 2 my time in about 40 minutes, but I'm not really sure what to do, and so I've got a friend on the stream earlier. He said he'd multiplayer with me and help me to get some gear, so I think I'm just going to wait for that. Because a lot of it is just me randomly running around trying to work out how to get like new weapons and stuff. Which is fine like when you're playing on your own, but Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I appreciate it. I tell you, so something funny. The channel's kind of... I've only been streaming for like 10 days. And I feel like I've made pretty good progress in like, considering the fact that I'm playing a kind of a not the most streamed game ever. Or watched streamed game ever. And I only really did it to make friends, if I'm honest. Like, I know that sounds a bit pathetic, but I'm sort of stuck at home and I don't really have that many friends. And most of my internet friends like work during the day, like normal people. And so, although they do answer me, it's like, I really just thought if I start streaming like when I'm playing, and then I'll find people that sort of have the ability to talk to me while I'm playing, and so it kind of works out that way. And that's pretty much the only reason I started. Well, it starts because I got a new PC. That's what kind of started it all off. But that was my like line of thinking. And so it's very much I just play, like stream what I'm playing. Unless I'm playing with someone and they don't want to be streamed, in which case I don't. Although so far that's not been the case. I do need to get a new microphone though. Oh, nice. The time I start streaming, varies wildly, depending on what I'm doing, what I'm playing, how I feel. So sometimes I start streaming at sort of 9 or 10 my time, and sometimes it's later. Like yesterday I didn't start streaming until later because I wasn't very well. But I do try to at least stream for a couple of hours every day, just to try and keep up, like, momentum. But eventually I think I will go down to just streaming during the week or something. But we'll see, you know, see how things play out. I've been streaming some Destiny 2 as well when I play with a friend. So the last couple of times we played, I didn't stream. Not for particularly any reason. Usually it's because I've been streaming all day and I don't feel like constantly talking anymore. Do you know what's funny? When I first started streaming, I would just, like, my first stream, I don't think it's up on Twitch anymore, but it was like, I think I was like, I'm a nice person, so I'm always nice, but a lot of times there'd be like 15-20 minutes where I just wouldn't say anything because I couldn't think of anything to say. Now I can think of about 17 things to say at once. Like, I find it much easier now just to think of things to talk about, even if it's just literally narrating what I'm doing or explaining why I'm doing it, or... Whereas, yeah, my first couple of streams were very, like, I just have to try and think of things to talk about, whereas now it just sort of... Having someone to talk to really helps, though. What's this quest? Oh, yeah, that. How are we doing? We've got maxed out Valor. I think we're okay, we can turn this in.
A foul day it has. Might I have a word with you?
You mate. Where's that other cloak? There it is. Yeah. I am like super shy in real life, but it doesn't really apply to the internet. I think because I'm quite sociable on the internet, I don't read people's body language and stuff very well, and so I think online, at least, it's like things are a lot more face value. But at least I take them that way. I'm not very good at like social cues and stuff, so I think I come off as stupid a lot of the time. We're going to stock. Oh yeah, we've got to go to water first. I mean, to be fair, I'll talk to anybody about anything. I don't mind. If people want to talk about the game I'm playing, I'll talk about that. If people want to talk about pretty much anything else, I just go with the flow. I mean, I was pretty adamant before I even started streaming that I wasn't going to be like a one-game streamer. You know how like you've got streamers that just play one game like a lot, and they're the best at that game, and that's never going to be me. So I grow bored of game, not bored, but I like variation too much to dedicate myself to playing one game religiously. That said, a lot of it depends on if people watch. But, you know, I'm happy if, even if, like, now there's not that many people talking of the people watching, I genuinely don't mind. Like, just knowing people are there is nice. Will that be ordering? No, champion. Yeah, Yep, we're going to stock.
Oh, good day.
Which is... Oh, I didn't pick up the stock thing. Well, you know what? We're going to use this because can't bother to run. I mean, if people have got ideas for games like stream, that's also fine. I mostly play RPGs and like MMOs and action RPGs and open world stuff, but I mean, so far the thing that people watch the most is Elden Ring and Lord of the Rings Online. So I did some Total War streams, which were a lot of fun, and I got some really good advice, but they didn't seem super popular. I think the problem with Total War is that because there's usually like big streamers streaming it, having someone that's kind of incompetent probably doesn't draw much attention. Even though I really enjoy playing it. I'm not good at it though, but I enjoy playing it. Whereas with Lord of the Rings Online, I feel like I don't have as much competition from people that are a lot better than I am. Don't get me wrong, everybody's better than I am, but not that many streamers stream it, so there's less. I mean, I really like Warhammer games, and there's a game coming out in November called Dark Tide. I think I'm going to stream that when it comes out, because I really enjoyed the game that came before it, and... Alright, we don't need to do that, we can just head up this way. So what other games do you enjoy other than MMOs? Yeah, I killed Margit yesterday. I didn't even take... Did I take... No, I don't think I took any damage. Yeah, So, what I would say is I'm terrible, but I genuinely feel like I'm getting better. Like, genuinely. Are both these maxed now? Yeah, cool. But I do think having my friend help me to kill some of the bosses to get the gear I need will be beneficial. Just because I've not played any Souls. I've got Dark Souls 1 and I played it a bit, but not massively. And I don't really have a very good gauge on how good I need to be to fight things. And so I do spend quite a lot of time just running around. Like there's always an aim in mind. It's not like I just run around randomly. Like I've always got an aim in mind, but I don't really know. Should I be pushing for the bosses? Am I strong enough to take them? Am I not? Like, I really enjoy it. I played a lot of Monster Hunter though, and the combat. It's like a friend was watching the stream last night, and they were like, "You're pretty good at dodging." It's like, yes, I played a lot of Monster Hunter, and if you don't dodge your Monster Hunter, you get killed. So I've kind of had a lot of practice of dodging stuff. I was wondering though if there was like a build you could do in Elden Ring where you could just take hits, like if there's a tanky. Yeah, I really like Pokemon games. So yeah, so the only other Souls-like game I've played is Final Fantasy Stranger of Paradise, but it's a lot easier, and I play it on an easier setting. So.
Can I be of service? What do you need?
And Monster Hunter, which is kind of Souls-like-ish. No, the combat systems are very similar. Monster Hunter's more skill-based, not so much the gear you've got. Although the gear does matter, but it's... Yeah. I feel like Elden Ring's much more forgiving because you get things like heals and spells and all of that stuff that's quite beneficial. Like, I honestly think the start of, like, the first boss in Elden Ring is easier than the first boss in Monster Hunter. Maybe not the first boss. But the hardest bosses in Monster Hunter are very hard. I mean, the thing about Monster Hunter, though, it's got full multiplayer, so... Yeah, exactly. Whereas, it's not... Yeah. Like, the Elder Dragons in Monster Hunter, other than the story modes, are going to be difficult. There's no... Because you don't have spells and abilities and stuff. You just have the combos on the weapons. Though, to be fair, I usually play Hunting Horn and just spam heals, so I guess I can't really say that. And then no one's ever mad, because I just spam heals. Like, the Hunting Horn I use mostly has a shockwave attack, which can stagger things, and then 2 heals. Or there's another one I sometimes use that has a heal, the shockwave thing, and the things that you can't be staggered. I think it's called Stability. But yeah, when I first I finished the tutorial in Elden Ring and like killed some stuff and got some loot and stuff, and then I just had no idea where to go. And then I have to be honest, I said I was going AFK, but I didn't. I googled like good things to do to begin with in Elden Ring and just did those. Because I thought this is going to be boring to watch if it's just me with no idea where to go, getting killed over and over. And I do die quite a lot. Not as much as I thought though. When someone suggested streaming it first, I was like, I'm just going to constantly die, which isn't the case, though I do die quite a lot. Usually because I do stupid things like just stand there and take hits. Because I'm quite good at dodging, but I'm not very good at dodging and attacking at the same time. I'm too used to playing like action RPGs and MMOs and stuff where you just take the hit. So we need to do that. How many more goblins do we need? How many more gobbers? Quite a few. I guess we can kill some on the way to the thing. Then we need slugs and spiders. Okay. We probably won't finish all the slayers now though, because I think we're going to be kind of capped soon on. Or at least I think we'll be capped before we finish, so... how many more? We need 5 more quests. So we've got 1, 2, 3. I'll do this one, 4.
Please,
Then pie
stay a
quests.
moment.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we should do that as well. Kill bears. Yeah, so I looked up a guide of like good things to do. Well, there was 2. There was one which was like just useful things to get in the beginning. And then there was one which was specific to the type of build I'm playing. And so that at least gave me some early game direction. To be fair, people on stream helped a lot as well, like telling me about this dragon you can kill for lots of XP. Or lots of runes. That helped a lot as well, because it gave me a big boost in intelligence and strength. Intelligence and health. There's the sheep. Yep. We get it, you're a sheep. Still a sheep. So I guess next level we'll put points. Probably not that. 'Cause don't really need threat reduction at this level. I guess we'll either go with critical strike chance or attack duration. Probably this for more critical strike chance, so that we can get wild attack, more crit. Because when it crits, we get 5% to everything else. Or all of the crits, I should say. No, not my sheep. Go try Elden Ring multiplayer though, that looks fun. Man, sheep, could you just go through any more goblins? Like, do you have to go through all of them? Yellow level minstrel? No. I was like, they're getting very fast for a level D minstrel or whatever. Yeah, I know, sheep. I agree. Indeed.
Is there something I can do for you?
Can give you all that crap. I guess we should lock crafting materials so I don't accidentally get it done. But we should also turn in some of these. Yeah, we need more bears. We'll do that first. One thing I actually do really like about Elden Ring is that because there's not level in that way, you do have some freedom in where to go. I mean, you do have a level, and it does affect your stats and stuff, so it matters. But it's like, yeah, it's you can go and get better items straight away because the requirement's only on stats, not on. So if you know, for example, you're going to be like a melee samurai, magical samurai, like I am, then you can sort of focus the points that you can use, like the katanas and stuff early on. Which I like. Yeah. But I'm thinking, once I like have a better idea of how to play and where to go and stuff, I'm gonna make another character that's like a paladin. So like using a two-handed weapon or a one-handed shield, using like faith magic, kind of big and tanky rather than avoidance based. Yeah, birds. What level do I get my next virtue? 17. I guess at some point I'll switch one of these out for loyalty to strength. Oh, that's only level 4, so maybe I'll get wit instead. It's Someone's killed all the bears. Probably me, to be fair. Is that a bear? No, it's a wolf. Did I kill all the wolves? Yeah, I did. Okay. Mr. Badger, have you seen any bears? They seem to all be missing. I has too. One more. No, there's one hiding behind the silver. Okay. How much was the... There's a bleed you get when you crit. I guess it's not that great. Okay, yeah, it was really nice to meet you. I'm sure I'll see you again. Have a nice meeting. There we go.
A lovely day, isn't it? Just a moment.
Nope, let me up.
Good day.
There we go, that was the last one of those. That was good, didn't miss any. That's always the way, I'll miss one and I have no idea which one I missed. That's the Shy Brewmaster one done. Alright, so finish the prologue, then I don't know if I can bother to do pies now, to be honest. I might do them later, see if I can rope somebody into helping. And by helping, I mean doing it for me. We'll see. We'll see how close I am to capping virtues. That's also a big factor. Simply don't want to waste virtue XP. I have no idea if I'm supposed to use brutal strikes or savage strikes. They seem to do almost the same thing, but brutal strikes does more damage. But it could be that savage strikes is better if you're using a two-hander, because maybe... I don't know though. Because that does 3 attacks, and maybe it does 3 attacks if I'm using a two-hander as well. I don't think I've got a two-hander to test that theory. Yeah, I don't know, is the answer. Because this just seems flat out do more damage. Although it does cost more further, but I don't know if that's a big consideration or not. I mean, to be fair, most of the time I kill with like wild strike and stuff anyway, so... I guess it's not a big consideration at the moment either way. Oops, this one's elite. Oh well. He will die as well. How many more goblins do we need? 2. No, these 2 will do. There we go, goblins low advance done. What are you doing? Wow, this is a long stun. Get me in.
The goblins of Mount Graham have never forgotten their defeat at the hands of the Shire folk, and revenge has brought them hither once more.
It's been a foul day, it has.
Right, so let's check these. The cat, blade war. That's a blade skill. Rip to shreds. Shift to anger. Okay. So I guess we should do remorseful strike now. Come on, come down and fight me, weird goblin guy. Oh, there's a two-hander, so I guess I could try it with that. Just kill it with that. Hey, Ross, why are you turning up at the end? Why couldn't you help me before now?
What do you need?
What do you need?
Okay, so we'll try this. So yeah, see that only does 2 attacks, whereas this does 3. So I guess that's. I mean, yeah. I guess the damage is less different with these. Let's have a look. Oops. So we need slugs and spiders. Let's go do spiders. 6 more quests, but we'll get those with the we'll get those with the pie quests. If anybody's on Evernight and wants to do the pie quest, we could do them together. Mostly I want you to do them for me, but we can phrase it as we're doing it together. Ah, it's the hobbit blademaster. I like their outfit. Oh, it's the yeah, the Minas Morgul one. Why are there so many people with like 2 characters? Okay, so I think we'll just stick to dual wielding because it's cooler. The Enmity of the Spiders. What did that give us? Did that give us might? It did. Ah, that was there. There we go. There we go, so we get 14 might, which is 14 more might than I had before. Need to find more spiders. We need one more. This one. I choose you. Nice, it's just slugs now. And pies. Slugs and pies. Slug pies. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, so how are we doing on these? Yeah, we're almost capped on 3, so I think we'll just leave the slugs and pies. Don't want to waste XP. Because if I only need, what, 1 more? Yeah, 1 more. I'm gonna get all this XP. 2, 4, 8. Yes, it's like 10,000 virtue XP. So, we'll leave that until my virtues. Oh, I can equip another one. But probably after I finish Brie, we'll come back and...
Hello.
Yep, I like it so far. I have no idea what I'm doing really, but I mean... Ugh, sorry about that. I press buttons, get focus, or whatever that's called. Further. Yeah, and then use this ability, brutal strikes. But it's fun, I like the animations. I look forward to getting some of the later stuff like this. That looks nice too. Raging Blade. Mighty Blast. Great Cleave. Oh yeah, there. Swift Strike becomes Swift Blade. That's cool.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Okay. Debris! Well. Somewhere. What are you up to, Babel? Are you working? Oh, okay. Are you feeling any better?
How do you do?
Where is... Where's Bree? That's good. I'm glad. That sucks. I'm glad you're feeling better. Oh, I want a hedgehog pet. Look how cute it is. Oh, the hedgehog's the cutest. Look at it. I want one.
What do you need?
What do you say?
Will you
Time for
let
tools.
me
Good.
speak
Don't have
my
time for a
piece?
tool. Oh. When's your next day after today for it? Hopefully you'll be feeling better by then.
Oh, so much to do. Oh, so much to do.
Your tidings are grim. There is little time to
Go,
waste.
Strider. Kill some bad guys. Well, hopefully you're feeling better by Saturday.
Strider and the Rangers pursue their
Amdir.
brother Amdir to the Black Wolves'
Where's
camp.
he? Oh, he got
But
stabbed
not
in the
all is as it seems.
tutorial.
There is evil afoot.
Are you ready? Silently now. Darkness approaches.
Stay a moment. It's a sorry day. It's a... Alas, Faramdir. I have a task for you.
What do you need?
How do you do? Might I have a word with you? How do you do?
Amdir's defeat shattered the back of the Black Walls, but pieces of the mystery remain unsolved.
Goodness!
Sneaky they're at it again. Oh, I should make lunch soon. I don't even know what I've got for lunch. We'll finish this and I'm gonna go have a look. Oh, that's creepy. Look. You see my eyeballs? And my bald head and my teeth. Yeah, let's not look at that. Hey, dwarfs.
Can't you leave me to my misery?
Nope, can't leave you to misery, sorry.
Just a moment.
Crap, I fell off.
Oh, good day. Please, stay a moment.
We must move quickly. I need your aid.
Boop. Boop. Boop.
Greetings.
Yeah, you guys, what do you need me to
Can I
do?
speak with you
Oh,
a
I'm gonna go
moment?
make dinner. I already forgot that.
Hear
I'm
me
gonna
out.
go see what I can have for lunch. So I'll be back in Okay. On with the show. What? Oh, there's a Smith and Brie. Found him.
What can I do for you? Can I split with you a moment?
Find Nate. Nate's dead.
What do you need?
This is unthinkable. Will you stop and hear my accursed tale?
How can I be of service?
Grimbriar's.
Might have taken
Oh
a
my
long
god, I can't
time.
speak today. Grimbriar Scout. Still said it wrong.
You startled me.
How can I be of service?
Right.
What do you need?
Oh yeah, I was looking to start a kinship. So the cult of Potak can take... I forgot about that.
What can I do for you? Can I speak with you a moment?
What's the meaning of this?
How can I be of service? Would you do something for me?
Getting some mining done. Posdo, are you here? I know that you sometimes watch, or often watch.
How can I be of service? Might I take a moment of your time?
Stay a moment.
Oh yeah, let fly. Okay, that's cool. Let fly's cool. Killing the outlaws. What's everyone up to? Get some conversation going. At least I've got a ranged attack now, so that I can easily pull. What's came out using other game, use in games others. It's an interesting one. Let me think. So I don't know about cursed keybind. I like melee attacks in like Borderlands and stuff on V, even though I know a lot of people hate it on V. I'm trying to think though. I can't really think of any cursed ones. I mostly play healer, so I use the F keys for targeting. But yeah, I imagine if you don't play healer or don't need to quickly target party members, then the F keys would be quite useful to do anything with, really. I can't think of any like really bad. I mean, I can say something, guys. I don't use that many keybinds. Just in general, I'm quite happy clicking stuff. But the reality is, most people wouldn't even know. I'm just so used to it. I don't feel like, unless you literally watched me while I was playing and streaming, you probably wouldn't notice. No one's ever noticed before. I like control because you can hit it with the palm under the pinky finger, like easily. Could you not beat up the lady, please? Thanks. I usually rebind strafe onto A and D and then rebind Q and E to something more useful. Because okay, so yeah, Curse, so I can tell you something. I usually use like both mouse buttons to move. So like to move the camera, just hold down right, and then I just press both mouse buttons to move. I don't know how common that is, but that's what I do. Yeah, I just think it smoothens gameplay for me. I rarely use the like WAS and D to move, unless either I want to move backwards or I'm healing or something, so I need to move but continue to heal. I rarely use the WAS and D to move. Because I have auto run also on my things. In like situations like this, I'm more likely just to like auto run and then press both mouse buttons to stop. I have a friend who holds both mouse buttons but still presses W, which I think is funny. Like he wanted to get into using should grab this horse. I don't actually use that for anything in LOTRO.
Greetings.
I just want to get the horse. I don't actually want to go anywhere. Oh yeah, I should probably work out that deal with the quest stats I got as well. Okay. The quest start is there. I guess I already have that quest. Oh, you're there. Pressing that up. We'll do that after we do this before we go south. Even like now, I've got just the right mouse button held so I can move, but it's just auto run. I don't know, it's just... Yeah, I don't know. It's how I play. Never really thought about it that much. I feel like key bindings and stuff, but whatever works for you is fine. I knew someone that, like, instead of using like WASD to move, they used like YGHJ or something, like along those lines, and that, like, in the middle of the keyboard. I always thought that was weird, but it worked for them.
What do you need?
I'm left-handed and I use a keyboard like a normal person. The only time I use my right hand for the mouse, the only time I ever use my left hand is if I'm doing work and I have to use the left hand to use the pen on the display. So then I tend to have my right hand on the keyboard. Otherwise, it's... yeah, I just play like a normal person. I'm pretty ambidextrous because of that though, so it's a benefit. But he wasn't left-handed, just odd. Yeah, that's odd too. But I mean, if it works for them, it's... I guess it's just what you're used to. What's funny though is people always say things like, "Oh yeah, using ESDF and stuff is better," but I've never noticed QASD ever being a problem. Like there's not really any times where I've thought, oh, I wish I had more keys I could easily press without moving my hand.
Might I take a moment of your time?
But maybe because I don't play like hardcore competitive games, maybe it just doesn't matter as much.
Speak with you a moment.
Or maybe some people just want to try and find any possible edge.
Would you do something for me?
Or some combination of the two. Alright. Okay, so now I just need the Nika Breakers. We'll probably do a few extra kills of the Nika Breakers because we need that Slayer. Although I'm probably not gonna go all the way just because I'm still quite close to cap on most of them, so I probably with the Bandit Slayer is probably going to be done either way because we're getting close to that. But I want to try and avoid wasting XP. Though realistically, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. A few wasted traits isn't gonna what's the word? It's not gonna destroy your entire character. Like there's way more virtue XP than you need. Well, maybe not so much at the moment if you want to cap every... Since they recently increased the thing. Maybe if you wanted to cap every single trait, maybe wasting it's not a good idea, but if like me and you sort of just playing without min-maxing, then yeah, you don't need to worry about it too much. I still don't want to waste it, but it's not a catastrophe. Virtue XP. Just saying that I don't want to waste it, which is why I'm not finishing Slayers. But if you like, you won't be wasted. It'll go to ones you don't need. But if like me, you're not min-maxing and going for that just yet, then it's easy enough just to save some virtues that are close to being finished, and then just come back when you've got more that's needed. Otherwise, just do it and let it go to the extras. Maybe wasted is the wrong word. Maybe I should apply to be like an official streamer for Lord of the Rings Online. Yay! Okay, I think that's enough Nika Breakers for now.
How can I be of service? What do you need?
I don't need anything. You should just turn in the quest and give me XP.
Greetings.
Greetings.
What can I do for you?
Nothing, just give me XP.
How can I be of service?
You should give me XP.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Only if you're going to give me XP. I'm very single focused. Right, there we go. We've got the 4th virtue equipped. How many LOTRO points have I got now? Probably quite a lot. 8,227. You know, it's funny. I think we're up to like 6 or 7, maybe 8 people that have started playing Lord of the Rings Online after seeing my stream. I think it's because I just show how fun hobbits can be. And everyone's just like, oh, I must play a hobbit because look how fun they are. And then, once they're hooked, we'll indoctrinate them into the cult. And they'll be ours. It could be like Scientology and ask for all their money first. And then brainwash them and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna find a clerk of kinships and see what's needed to make one. Alright. I need more barrel iron. Or maybe not. Maybe I need more of forestry stuff.
How can I be of service? Stay a moment.
Alright, let's go do the... Did I get another dagger from somewhere? Sure, I got another dagger from somewhere, but I could have just made that up. I got a pretty good axe. We'll just use the axe. The dagger in the offhand. Oh, it's a two-handed axe. It's a two-handed axe with the icon of a one-handed axe. Okay. Guess we'll do one more point in that first, and then start putting buttons into this.
Just a moment. What do you need? Could I take a moment of your time?
It's getting busy in Bree.
Why are you bothering me?
Hello? Please, stay a moment.
What does this guy want? Wailing Hills.
I'll not be ignored.
Warheads. Guess we'll see what this guy wants.
Hello, friend.
There we go.
Could you help me with something?
I don't know where Wailing Hill is. Everyone having a good day? No. You playing Lord of the Rings, Babel? Bo, could you like come, please? Thank you. So, a lot of it comes down to how old the zone is and things like that. Having such high numbers is odd. I'd say most it's like 10 or below. Maybe like 12 at the most. But yeah, those like get like 25 containers and stuff, that's really just the starter zones because they haven't been like changed in a while. You don't really see much of that at higher levels. Well, unless you get like 2 or 3 of the item a kill. Like some it's like that get scales from something and it's like 2 or 3. But yeah, I'd say it's like less common, like say 70 plus, because a lot of those quests had a new were made after they kind of changed their questing style. And yeah, I really feel like the starting zones especially could do with a bit of a... But yeah, by and large, they do get better. I'd say for most quests, under 12 is the... I would consider the norm. No problem. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I might have answers. What class are you playing, out of interest, and race? Ask everybody, though. Just curious. I guess it's not really curiosity, it's more like I'm just interested.
Tell me what you need or move along. Stay and hear me out. I'll not be ignored.
Just a moment.
Health captain. I like captains.
Could I take
Like I
a
say, if you need
moment of
any
your time?
help, advice,
Could I take a moment
general direction pointing, feel free to ask.
What can I do for you? Hello, friend. Could you help me with something?
I can help you with lots of things, friend. But first, I want these heavy branches, because they have my name on it. Yeah, so level 18, I think we're gonna level 19. I think we're gonna get this because I get 5% crit when I crit with not that this wild strikes. So I feel like that's a good way to get crits going. Advanced breeze. We can slide there. So I guess I'm just gonna like 4 kills. I figured it wouldn't be many. And then virtues are doing quite well. Though I think maybe I'll just grab the next one in wit when I get the brigands, just so that I've got it unlocked, ready for 23. Well, it's got terrible DPS, that much I can say. It's a good tank, and it's a good DPS support. It's a kind of underwhelming healer, and its DPS is probably the least of any build. Like, other than a pure healer. Like, but of all the DPS and support things, it's probably got the least. But it buffs other people's DPS by quite a lot. But yeah, I'd say I don't think there are any bad choices in terms of like a first class to play. I'd probably say to stay away from things like Warden, because they do require some foreknowledge of what's to come. But in terms of other classes, I really feel like you can just play whatever you think is best. They've all got their positives, they've all got their negatives. I mean, Captain, even as a DPS spec, is really tanky, so it's quite a good one in that way. And the DPS does get slightly better once they get the archer pit. There's a shortage of brigands. Could you guys just get to work? In terms of crafts, though, I'd really strongly recommend getting Armor Crafter. The armor is really good, and it's going to help you out so much, especially on a class that has less than ideal DPS. Like the short-term benefits are really good. Yeah, Weaponsmith as well, but as soon as you hit level 50, weapons stop being of any use whatsoever. So.
Hello?
Hello.
Just a moment.
Okay. Yay, level 18.
Might I have a word with you?
Archer boat. Yes, you get a pet archer. You know, like you've got a banner carrier. At level 20 you get an archer. Well, at level 26 you get an archer. You can get it before then, though, if you buy a skin for it. But yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say they're master of none. They're by far the best support in the game, and they're also amongst the better tanks. So I wouldn't say that they're a master of none. It's just they're not a master of DPS or healing. I think they're going to look at the DPS soon, though. That does seem to be on the developers' radars, at least. So that's, that's one good thing, at least. But despite that, it's still a good start class. But there aren't any bad ones, other than, like, say, possibly like Lawmaster and Warden, just because they do require that extra level of. Not even require. It's just it's helpful to have a bit of foreknowledge of the game. Since they're not very reactionary, they're more like, if you wait on your Warden to find out you're fighting something hard to put the buffs up, it's already too late in a lot of cases. So, yeah. I'll give it a go. The thing about Captain is, by the time you get to about level 30, its rotation for DPS doesn't change that much, and so it's not that much work to then find out whether you like it or not. So I'd probably just give it a go and see. It's quite an early bloomer in that way. What I will say is the lack of DPS isn't really a massive problem until the upper levels, and even then, there's just some mobs where you're going to get worn down if you're not careful by their DPS outlasting you. Or I should say your lack of DPS. You can just get worn down. But for the most part, it's fine. To be honest, that's quite an open-ended question. It really depends on the class and the dungeon or raid. Like, some classes are easier, some classes are harder, some dungeons are easier, some dungeons are harder. I'd say for the most part, the sort of like the standard tier is pretty straightforward and isn't super demanding in terms of. I won't say it's quite face roll keyboard, but it's not. You don't need a degree to do it. But the upper tiers and stuff do require, if nothing else, a high level of coordination and competency. But I think for the most part, the actual tactics are quite straightforward. I think it's more of a gameplay than a. It's sort of more of a doing it than a learning it, so to speak. I always liken it to Final Fantasy XIV in that way. In Final Fantasy XIV, most bosses have got quite straightforward mechanics, at least in terms of like normal modes. It's the doing it that can be the difficult part. Like knowing the boss does something and having everybody in the raid reacting to it's a different thing. Although one thing I will say in regards to the upper echelons of like raiding is it's quite unforgiving in terms of like composition of group and stuff. I mean, if you're playing a captain, it's fine because captains usually get in as red or yellow. But if you wanted to play like a different class, for example, a burglar, you're unlikely to get into a raid on anything other than red. So it's just something to bear in mind if you not so much with captain or like Bjorning or other classes that have got some versatility, but definitely in the case of pure DPS classes and like minstrel and stuff. For that top tier stuff, it's just very limited what works. At least at the moment, they are working on giving captain more DPS and making things a bit more varied in that way, but it's. Just something to bear in mind. Yeah, I mean, the one piece of advice I'd give you for anything in this game is every class is viable in one form or another. So love the class, but not necessarily a specific spec. Or be in love with the class, but not necessarily a specific spec. So, you know, if you really want to be a runekeeper, that's great. You can be a runekeeper, but you might not necessarily be able to be a yellow runekeeper, but you can still be a runekeeper. So that's the advice I'd give you for any class, though, is. Because it changes. Like, the specs that are good now might not be good with the next raids, so. I mean, all the healers are good. Or at least usually good, except Captain. So there's some limits to that, but by and large, as long as you're able to adapt to whatever the meta calls for. Although RuneCube is quite a good example because whether yellow or red is better has been changeable for quite a while. Like sometimes yellow's better, sometimes red's better. Same with Hunter. Although, again, Hunter's mostly played as red, I think. Same as Champion. Although Champion's got good AoE in yellow. But that's all stuff you can pick up later. No, I need some wolves. Where are you hiding, wolves? Bear, could you not attack me, please? Thank you. You can threaten to attack me, but don't actually attack me. That's a difficult one. So, I don't think there is any class where I would say every spec is great. I'd say in terms of usability, Bjorning's probably the only class where all three specs are viable. I mean, Captain, to be fair, Captain, Red and Yellow have both been quite stably good for years. They need improvements, especially Captain's DPS, but the actual specs are still wanted. It's just Red Captain's a bit boring to play. Because you're mostly there to keep up buffs and debuffs, and your own DPS is a bit lackluster, so I just find it a bit boring. Well, the Bjorning's actually been out for like 5 years or 6 years or something. Brawler as well is pretty good. Both specs are. I don't know how they do it tanking in like end game. But and Minstrel as well. Minstrel got revamped yesterday, and so both specs are. I don't know how good Red's gonna be in terms of like long lasting in the game, but I mean it's definitely better than it was. But I mean the jury's still out on that one. I mean I would say Hunter and Champion. If you want to be a DPS, Hunter and Champion are both sought after DPS. If you want to be like a pure support, then Lawmaster is a good option. Like Yellow Lawmaster usually has a spot in content. Warden as well. If you actually, learn the game and the Warden, which is definitely one of, I think, the most complex character. Warden DPS is really high, but it's got quite a high skill ceiling as well. So if you want to be a healer, I think any of the three, Bjorning, Runekeeper, or Minstrel are good. A good choice. But I would say Warden and Hunter and Champion have been the best DPS for ever. Like, just for expansions and expansions. So if you want to play a DPS, then they're the ones to go for. The who's on top and who's better does change. I mean, like any game, there's balances and stuff, but they're all consistently the top three. The things I'd probably warn you to stay away from is things like Red Minstrel, Red Guardian, like Blue Captain, because the thing is that a lot of I'll give you an example, right? So Red Guardian actually isn't that bad as a DPS. It's not like top tier, but it's also not bottom tier. The problem is there's so much stigma attached to it of people thinking, well, it's a tank, not a DPS, even though I mean it has 2 DPS trees. So why, but I think that it's until you get like a group of people like I've got that will play with you regardless of what you play. Like I could be a blue captain that'd still invite me. I would probably stay away from like those slightly stigmatized classes. It's like Blue Bjorning's good at tanking, but no one ever believes it. Just because they're used to it not being a good tank. I mean, Blue Captain's kind of a bad example because that genuinely is not great. Like, that's not a case of stigma, that's just it's not good. I think Brawler's up there with the DPS as well at the moment, but I've not played a Brawler since they revamped it, so I don't really have any personal experience on that. But I think Captain's a good first choice. Like I said, I don't think there are any bad ones. I'm lost. I'm stuck. Yeah. So generally speaking, red is like the main DPS spec. Yellow tends to be the healing or a more support spec. So like yellow for Bjorning is healing. Yellow for Runekeeper is... well, it's lightning, which doesn't really make sense. But yeah, so generally that's the case. Blue tends to be healing, so blue for Minstrel, Captain is blue. But I think red is always a DPS spec, and yellow tends to be tanking or support. Except for Bjorning for some reason, they switched them around. But it's not that quite straightforward because you can put points into both lines. So there's always some like I can give you an example. Maybe not so much with Champion, but like you'll find in like a good example is like captain, like the common red build also takes some of blue to get extra healing. So there's always going to be some hybrids. Same with Bjorning. You take some good stuff from blue, which is a tank tree, but you take it because it helps with DPS. So there's always some... Like I say, Champion's kind of a bad example because they've got 2 DPS trees, and their tanking tree is very focused on tanking. But with most classes, there's crossover. I have no idea if Champion's a good tank or not, but I'm going to assume not, because I don't really see many people doing it. But I can't ever see there being a time where people don't want red captains. The DPS buffs are just too significant.
Why are you bothering
Yeah, I just
me?
got... Oh, that dagger's not good. No, I think it just... Right.
How can I be of service?
You can't. Bruna, I need to kill you. I need to find some cool. I genuinely couldn't tell you. There is actually quite a good mod that will show you where to do deeds, which is very helpful. At least for the low level zones. I don't think it's been updated in a while. Other than that, I never use mods. I used to before I streamed, but I got a new PC and reinstalled it and decided not to, just because I want people to see the game as the game is rather than like how you can make it. There's people that understand modding and stuff way better than me, so. I feel like there's probably better people, or people better equipped to advise you on that. But I will link the deed thing. There's two, so there's this one, I think. And let's see if I can find the other one. Here we go. Nope. There we go. So the first one will help you look for deeds. It's kind of less useful now that deeds just give virtue XP rather than giving specific virtues, but it can still be quite useful for hunting down things like hidden deeds and stuff. And also planning which deeds to do and just a better interface for that. But the second one will show you where to go for deeds. It's not been updated. I think Gondor was the last zone it's been in though, so after that you sort of have to Google stuff. But you should find them both helpful. Other than that, I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Tell me what you
I've
need
never.
to move along.
Hello.
Oh, it's very hobbity. I've got 2 knives now. Alright. I haven't got any quests though. What? Oh, I guess let's do this quest. I said I was going to do it before. I'm so bad for doing that. Saying, oh, we'll do this quest next, and then just completely forgetting what I said. Like 30 seconds later. What server do you play on? Oh no, no. There are things like DPS mods DPS meter mods that help, but nothing's gonna have any. Okay. Yeah, there's no mods that are gonna have any major impact on things like that. Like, mostly they're either visual mods or convenience mods, like the D-track and stuff. There's no boss mods or anything like that. I don't think I even checked my DPS, to be honest. I sort of just assumed that it's okay. Probably quite big-headed of me, but I don't know. No one's ever complained. Well, I mean, I've complained, but only when I'm playing classes that don't have much DPS. However, if you're wanting to become like a min-maxed character, I would recommend using the DPS meter to keep track of that stuff, but I am not that kind of person. How are we doing? Right, we got that one. Okay. Okay, I found the EU server. I don't really know why they've got an EU server, because they're all in America anyway. But okay. Should be able to get this crit item now, or at least tomorrow after the second reset. Oop. broken hatchets. What else? Pronounced one sword sheath. Now it's the case of having to find things that I can turn in. That's in the Shire. I really need to sort out my bags. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody complaining about someone not having mods. I can't say it doesn't happen because I'm not a hardcore reader, but I've never heard of it. Wetskins. Right, is that 5? No, it's 4. We might just have to go and turn one in and come back. What's the carapace? I've already got that. Yeah, I think we'll just start wetskins. Nope. Wet fur? Yeah, wet fur. Good, we got 5. Yeah. Do 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 do.
What do you need? Greetings. How can I be of service? What can I do for you?
You could
What
stop
do you
spamming
need?
me with
What do you need?
voice lines. Okay. Okay. Where is... Oh, it's in the... Is he in that... Is that a room? No. I wish I could walk... Can I just jump through here? No. Hey, weird guy.
Well met, friend.
You're not my friend.
Welcome. You've come at a most fortuitous time.
What skills will I get soon?
Greetings,
Merciful
traveler.
Strike. Sprint. True Heroics. What's that do? Gives power to the Fellowship. Horn. Oh, there we go. Fear nothing. Okay. 46 though for that. That's kind of late. Oh well. Yeah, I can't jump out the window. Yeah, they are. I don't know to what degree they are or that sort of thing, but they are. Wow, the floor texture didn't load in. There we go. No, where's the guy I'm supposed to touch? Oh, it's further out.
Well met.
Defeat dudes, okay. Right. Wow, this game really makes you just run. Just go, piggy, go! What never ceases to amaze me about this game is just how much of Middle-earth they've actually already created. I mean, there's still loads to do, but it really surprised me just how much is already in the game. Like Rohan, Gondor, Ravanian, Eriador, Mordor. I'm really hoping they'll put Forodwaith in at some point. I don't know what's there, but I like snow zones. Right, where is my enemy? I'm guessing he's a goblin with a name like Zerpuk. There he is. He is a goblin. Be a weird name for a man. Not let you pass? Well, of course not. Wasn't planning to get past you, I was just planning to kill you. Sorry for the miscommunication. Then we'll grab the Lone Lands horse while I'm here. Oh, there's another one there. I wonder where a good spot for sickle flies is. I don't think I've ever actually done that, Slayer. Probably not just running around the swamps. No! Just set me on fire. What kind of dick are you? There's probably a better slot for that. Man, my mouth isn't making the right sounds today. Oh, they're red. No, we're not going up that hill, piggy. That's the murder hill. Actually, I think I already know a better spot for sickle flies. Near the hunting lodge in Archip, maybe? Maybe that might just be the tutorial, though. More red stuff. Leave me alone. I need a hug. I'm feeling very, lost puppy. And Nunalos.
Greetings.
Oh, I didn't get the South Bree thing.
What
Oh
can
well.
I do for you?
Luckily I have a button to get away. Wonder if I could just go to yonder shower 18. Well, I guess I already get the quest steed and max out, so I guess it wouldn't really make much difference or make much sense. Well, I guess if I did that, I could get to like 21 instead of 23 in Yonder Shire, and then do more lone lands. Nah. Probably just XP block. What was I doing? Oh, I completely lost track of what I was doing there. So we need to kill some dude up there and down there. I should disable the dinging sound. Sure you can get out that way, but I don't remember where the opening is, so we'll just go around. Like the pro hobbits we are. So that reminds me, I should make sure I've got play music off. I do. Because we don't need any of that. Copyrighted stuff. Thanks for the follows today, by the way. We're getting so close to having 30, and still 28 days to go. I feel like we're gonna make my arbitrary goal. Then I'll get I'm gonna get some actual like custom alert animations with Cat Knight. Since I also did just steal my profile picture from Google, so I'm gonna get someone to actually draw a Cat Knight that's not stolen from Google. Don't tell Google that though. Not that they'd care. Hey, Sodan. I don't care about any of that, I just want your travel point. Did anyone else make any of the new class and race combinations that they added yesterday? Who are we looking for here? Morley the Fierce. Is that? I'm guessing that's the South Run. Like a brigand. I don't even know where he is. Did someone already kill him? No, there he is. He's a Blackward. Okay. He's a brigand at least. Yeah, I assume they don't care. Not unless someone makes a complaint. But to be fair, the picture I've taken is actually a redrawing of a picture from the official Dungeons & Dragons book, so I'm not even sure the person that drew my picture could complain, since they stole the artwork themselves. Not that makes it okay to steal artwork, but that'd be quite a... But I'm going to pay someone to draw a similar but not the same one, shall we say. Because I like the style and I like the cat. I don't want a cat wearing a hat though. And then I'll get some animated alert thingies. Is my plan. Then I'll think up a new goal. To be fair, I think like at least 60 or 70% of the people that comment on my stream are also using like anime characters or like celebrity pictures or something. So I guess the problem's quite not really the problem, but the use of, let's say, borrowed pictures is quite widespread. I'm tripping over my tongue today and I have no idea why. What time is it? Are you gonna play Destiny 2 with a friend in about an hour? I don't think I'm gonna stream because it never really gets that many viewers. I guess because I've only just started and I'm not very good at it. No, to be fair, I'm not very good at this either, but it seems to get viewers at least. I don't think people really watch like Lord of the Rings streams because people are good at it. I think it's just relaxing and I don't know. I don't know why you watch it. Because I have such a winning personality. I wish that were true. I wish I was really charismatic. I always used to think that as a kid. Like, by and large, people like me, but I always wish that I was like one of those people that could just brighten up everyone's day. But alas, I am not. I don't think it's really charisma. Like, I genuinely care about people. Like, I care if you're having a good day or if you're having fun or whatever. I'm just not very good at expressing it. Man, it's like therapy. But I always wish I was better. Doing quite well on gathering. I'm surprised given how many other people are running around here. I don't even know where I'm going. I just rang up there for no reason. And I actually want to go over this way. Yeah. Yeah, casual and like chill is definitely the vibe. I feel like Twitch has got enough shouty, over dramatic people. Like when I get annoyed, it's because I'm genuinely annoyed, not because I feel that getting over dramatic and shouty is the best way to get people interacting. Not because I think there's anything wrong with that tactic on a base level. It's just not the kind of stream that I want. I mean, clearly people like watching like overly dramatic, shouty streams. So I'm not saying anything bad about the people that do it. It's just that's not the vibe I'm going for. I think quite a lot of the people that watch me like regularly do it while working. Like one of my friends does. Sometimes with the sound on or off, he says it's just relaxing just watching me do quests. So that's fair enough. If that's something people get out of it, then I'm very happy. That sounded sarcastic. I wasn't being sarcastic. Alright. We did all those. Back to town. As you can say, none of them were particularly strong, but then we are like at 3 levels above the quest, so I guess... Yeah, 3 levels above the quest, so I guess that's sort of why. Yeah. It's funny actually, because we were joking about that yesterday. I was discussing with some people like how to try and like promote the stream a bit, and they said that. They said just start some drama with someone, because there are lots of people that like to drama watch. Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. I feel like to successfully be like a drama streamer, you sort of have to be good at it. Like, I don't just mean like good at arguing, but I feel like you've got to be good at keeping the drama going without escalating it. And I think one of two things would happen with me. Either I'd go too far, I just wouldn't care. Do you know what I mean? It'd be like, it just wouldn't bother me, or it would escalate too quickly. I don't think I would be good at keeping the drama up at a manageable level. Yeah, exactly. I sometimes think that too. I mean, kind of as a crazy like thing, but I watched a video a few weeks ago about some of the drama that happened in the beauty YouTube community, like years ago. And that was crazy. And when she started talking about it, she's like a vlog my life kind of channel where she sort of just talks about whatever she feels like. But she is a beauty. I don't think she's a beauty YouTuber, but I think she's a makeup scientist. I have no idea what that's called. Formulation scientist. Anyway, she was talking about it, and to begin with, I thought, oh, you know, they've just decided to have beef with each other just to get that drama stuff going. But it got really bad really quickly, and it's like maybe not, because now we're going to the realms of actually illegal. But the problem is it benefits both sides, because both sides get the numbers and get the... And so that's motivation. Even if it's real, it's still motivation to make it public. That's just not me. Like I said, one of two things happen. Either it would escalate too quickly, or I just wouldn't care. By and large, I don't really care too much what people say about me. At least things that are just either completely made up or have no real basis in reality. Because it's not going to change reality. But it's like, I understand why the drama gets going, because it benefits both sides. So it's not like one person's like, well, I'll create this drama, or like exaggerate this drama, or make it worse for views, because the other person's like, well, I'm just not interested, I'm not going to engage, because it would also give them increased views and stuff. So it's beneficial to both sides to pursue the drama, shall we say. Where did that come from? That was weird. I should go around being just masquerading as a burglar. Alright, let's get the South Bree thing before I forget again. And then I guess we're going to Ballad of Bingo Boffin. Actually, we'll do this one on the way. What have we got here? No time for... Yeah. That's all good. All good. Yes, it's Baggin's birthday as well. Because the other thing as well, though, that I was thinking yesterday, not that I was ever seriously considering making drama, but I was thinking yesterday, the other problem would be is even if someone created some drama with me and I kind of fed into it to get views, the problem is I'd never get away from it. And so I'd always be known as that, like, drama. Yeah, exactly.
What do you need?
And then the problem is it can get to such a point where you never get away from it. And so even though you're technically got more viewers and more money, you sort of have a much worse. It's just not me. But it is kind of crazy the lengths some people go through to get views. Like, really crazy. Yeah. Actually, I think the only, like, reasonable thing to do with drama on stream is, like, to be a YouTuber that discusses other people's drama. That, I think, is... If you're interested in doing that, I think that's quite a... reasonable use for the drama, shall we say. If somebody that's not related to it just, like, goes over it and... Because then it's more of interest. No one's or the person doing the video is not personally invested in either side. I don't think I'd ever want to watch a video by one person involved in the drama, because you're always gonna get one-sided view. Even if they're being honest, you're still only gonna get a one-sided view. But it's like the beauty people that I watched the video on. They had a podcast together where they were like, they started a podcast like, yeah, we've patched up all the old stuff, and then every so often when viewers started to go down, they would have another fight, and it would make and then one of them would quit, and it would make viewers go back up again. And it's like, at that point, it's like, how can your audience ever trust or believe what you're saying? Because clearly you're just chasing views at that point. I wonder why. I wonder why the research, because internet drama's been around since the internet's been around, and even drama between YouTubers and streamers and all that stuff's been around for a while. I wonder why drama streaming's become so big recently. Part of me thinks maybe it was during lockdown, people had nothing better to do, and so drama streaming was some sort of like interest in their life. Or maybe drama streaming's always been popular, it's just people didn't used to only drama stream. Yeah. Oh, I genuinely believe if I started like drama streaming, I don't think anybody would watch. I think you have to already have at least a high amount, because I just don't. I think people would be like, oh, don't care. So I think you already have to have enough. Because the thing is, for drama streaming to be a way to get views in that way, is you have to have a horde of angry fans that are going to keep the drama going, because otherwise you have to keep the drama going, and then that looks bad. So the better thing to do is to just have your fans argue with the other person's fans. Not the best thing to do. The best thing to do is everyone to act like adults, but in regards to drama streaming. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think without that, it would seem petty. No matter what the argument was, it would just seem petty, like people keeping it going for no reason. No. Well, I think part of the problem is, and I've got nothing against the country, but I think part of the problem is that in the US, the system is so set out to be so us versus them. Politics is like that. Even like classes have like rankings to make it very much about competition all the time. And I think some people have a hard time getting away from that. Don't get me wrong, every country is bad for making everything a contest. But I think especially in America, everything's it's like there's no moderate. It's all or nothing. It's like, I haven't ever met a country that argues about politics to the degree that Americans do. Like, it's so polarizing. And so I think that they're already used to that kind of mentality. But I think the internet in general is very like that. So I'll give you an example. I've never understood the arguments like Apple versus Android, PlayStation versus Xbox. I've never understood why people argue about that. Like, why? You don't... Why? What? How does it make any sense to argue about that? It is. It's getting to the degree where... Because it's a popularity contest. And it's a real-time popularity contest. See, politics used to be the case that it was a popularity contest once every 4 years or once every 5 years. Now it's constant because of social media. And so... anytime the opponent does something that you think will score you brownie points with your fans, then it has to be made a big deal of. And so and it is definitely spreading to the world. Like I said, it's not. I'm not saying that it's even majority done by America, but I definitely think it's where the extreme us versus them mentality began, at least in modern times. People have been against each other for centuries, millennia. But this kind of... I don't even know what the word for it would be. Like, this contrasting. Like, black and white. Us versus them. It's all or nothing. It's like there's no moderateness. I mean, you see a lot in politics in the UK as well. It's like one side will suggest something, the other side will be in power to put the thing into plan, and the side that originally suggested, because they're not in power, they'll say the idea is terrible, even if it was completely their idea. And it's like, why? I genuinely believe countries work a lot better if there was some sort of forced cooperation between, like, major political parties. If they were just forced to work together. Not on everything, because that would be a nightmare, but just in some regards.
Cross the bridge and visit my cousin Priska.
Because I think politics is getting so adversarial. And social media is really not helping with that. Like, really not helping. Because everything's a battleground now.
Stay a moment.
So I'd say that's more... I think social media is definitely more of the problem than...
Hello there. Good day. Might I have a word with you?
No, exactly, 100%. That's a good way of putting it. It's not catchy enough. That's it. It's like, realistically, everybody wants moderate. Nobody wants extreme anything. But you can't sell moderate because moderate, it doesn't sound catchy. It doesn't get people's attention. It's like, imagine this, right? So it's like, and the media doesn't help either, because let's say I'm in charge of whatever country we live in, and taxes have to go up because sometimes they do, right? And it's like, the opposition to me will automatically be like, putting taxes up is always bad. That's the stance they'll take, regardless of the situation, because it makes them look better. And it's like, that's not good, because it just divides people.
Oh, good day.
I don't think streamer drama's got quite that bad yet. But I think it's going that way, because I think eventually one of two things is going to happen. Either people are just going to be sick of it, which is what I hope, or the sort of follower versus follower, the community versus community, whatever, is going to escalate to something out of control. But I think the media, even before social media, the mainstream media was really bad for chaos headlining. That's probably not the right phrase. But everything was the end of the world because it gets views. They don't care about like how it comes across or panic or anything. It's But the problem is as well with social media is that like they'll say, oh, we're trying to curb this sort of thing, but it's literally the best thing for them because it gets people clicking. That might benefit the person writing the content, but it benefits the social media platform more. And so it's like how this is why nobody trusts you to do anything, because it literally you'd be ruining your own business. It would be like Twitch isn't going to come down hard on drama streaming because they make a lot of money from it. Do you remember? It was quite a while ago. There used to be like intro girls on YouTube. I watched a video about this. I never really came across them because it's not really sort of content that I watch. But it's it was before YouTube refined the algorithm. Basically, there was these girls that would download videos on YouTube and then just play like the first 30 seconds or something and introduce the video and then have a link in the description where the video could be played. And they only did this because, you know, they'd wear like low cut tops and like put lots of makeup on and it would get clicks, but people would watch the end of the video and they made a lot of money doing it. And YouTube took ages to fix it because YouTube also made lots of money from them doing it, even though it was completely destroying the algorithm. Because people weren't finding these creators because YouTube was recommending them. They were finding them because people were watching these intro girls. Oh, where's the last guy? Where are you hiding, boy? Oh, you're on top of the roof. Oh, there's two more.
How do you think she got all the way up?
I'm just glad it's not my problem to fix, to be honest, because I'm not even sure what the solution is to the kind of runaway social media. Because it's getting to the point where social media is literally starting to warp reality in the sense that people are starting to believe things that on a an objective level make no sense, but they believe it just because so many people believe it and so many people are talking about it and so many people are passing it off as the truth that people have just stopped bothering to check. I was telling a friend about an experiment that happened in the 70s or 80s. It might have been before that, but it was like what happened was, so they got like I think 30 or 40 people on a train as part of an experiment. They thought they were going somewhere to be part of a social experiment. And they got them all on the train, and midway through, because they thought they were like they had to fill in the questionnaire or something, and so they got them all together on this train. Anyway, midway through, the train stopped, and it stopped for I think 45 minutes or an hour, and nothing was said by any member of staff. The train was just stopped. However, like some of the passengers, I think less than 10% of the passengers were actually the researchers, kind of undercover, so to speak. And they started spreading rumors that there'd been a train accident. And so they left after the rumors had gotten started and people were talking about it. Anyway, when they got to the place for the interview, they were all interviewed on this train accident, and most of the people were convinced they had seen a train accident, actually seen it with their own eyes. Just because the power of suggestion was so strong with everybody talking about it and everybody seemingly kind of passively confirming everything, people were convinced they'd seen it with their own eyes, even though they couldn't possibly have because the train just stopped. And so I think social media is a bit like that, in that when you're in a bubble and everybody seems to be confirming what you have read somewhere, it kind of gets into your mind that it's true, even though you've never actually checked out whether it's not. Like, nobody thought to actually go and ask anybody what was going on. They just believed what other people told them. I mean, the experiment obviously had nothing to do with social media because it was before that. I think it was something to do with the witness testimony in cases. I think they were trying to suggest that cases being in the media in the UK was a bad idea because of this kind of thing. That it does, definitely. I mean, more than capitalizes or capitalizes, it kind of capitalizes on those things to make it more popular. I mean, Facebook goes to great lengths to kind of shape people's worldviews in a way that's going to get them more clicks. I mean, a kind of basic example of this is if you've clicked on something on Facebook, they'll try and show you more information on that thing. Yup. And eventually you'll have heard it so much that you don't actually think to question it. Because you've heard it so much, how can all these people be wrong?
Yes? Can I
But they
help you
can.
with something?
Everybody can be wrong. There are some facts in the world that were commonly believed by most people which were proven to be wrong. It's just the way it is. Like I say, we're slaves to our perceptions. And I definitely think social media, knowingly, and also I think to begin with probably not being aware, I think it really puts us in a bubble. Not so much me, because I don't really use social media, but I definitely think people that rely on social media for news, it puts them in a
How
bubble.
does Priska keep track of all these children?
It's
I
kind of
am
ruining
really
people's
sorry about this.
ability to even just critically think. Just, yeah, you hear something enough, they don't even stop and think, like, this could be false. It's like, you should not blindly believe anything anyone tells you, or anything that you see. Because you could be wrong. You can see things, you can... It is, definitely. It's actually funny how often objective truth turns out to be subjective as well. So I think that, I also think, so, in school you learn about like historical evidence, you've got like primary, secondary and tertiary, but people need to understand that that applies to like things happening as well. And the thing is that we see primary evidence as being good in history, but it's notoriously bad when you're talking about things like gossip. Because if, let's say, you know, your brother and your brother's wife have an argument, and you're not talking to your brother's wife that much, but you're talking to your brother, even if he's telling you what he thinks is the truth, it's still going to be a subjective view from him, because he doesn't know he can't see into his wife's mind. And so even though your brother thinks he's giving you the truth, and it might be to his perception the truth, it can't be everything, because he can't know everything. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand is... I mean, that's not even counting times though where people would be nefarious and try and put things into their own... like, to make it look good for themselves. But even when people are trying to tell you the truth, it's still their subjective view of things. Yep. Because you just can't know everything. Nobody can. That's why you shouldn't just blindly believe anyone. Because even if they're not lying to you, they still might not be telling the truth. Not by any nefarious actions, but just because they may not know the truth. Do I need that? No. It's actually amazing how many conclusions people jump to when processing information. Like, we do it all the time. No, I'll probably just that one. This, I guess both of mine. Oh, it's for Tsukishi. I should get that one. Right, it's not. It doesn't surprise me that drama just take things back to where it starts. It doesn't surprise me that drama is so easily twisted. I think it's a shame, though. I think it's a shame that that's... Because there's also that negative reinforcement as well, is that they do it, it gets views, therefore they do it more, therefore it gets more views.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Yup. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and I've met some of the most deluded people on Facebook. I mean, actually deluded people. And it's not even like it's not like they're lying on purpose or anything. It's just that their worldview is so tightly bound in itself that they just flat out ignore anything that goes against it. Yup. It's like whenever I hear someone say like, "I'll never support this political party. I'll never do this. I'll never do that." And I always think, but what you're basically saying is that no matter how objectively good that political party is, or objectively bad your political party is, you'll never support the right thing. Why? Yeah. Also, I think there's also some level of people think there's some value in sticking by your beliefs even if you doubt them. Like they think that there's some benefit to that it says something about them as a person, and it does, but nothing positive. Yep. There is that. Also, I think that, at least in the UK, I think there's a real shame in being wrong, especially with children. I think, look, when you're a kid in school, if you're wrong, there's a real sense of shame about it. And then as adults, we learn that being wrong is a bad thing. Like, it's something we should try and avoid. When in reality, it is not avoidable. You can't avoid it. You will be wrong. You'll be wrong about something most days. Being wrong isn't the problem. Being wrong and sticking to it's the problem. But I do think that as a society, we seem to put some value in sticking to a team, even when that team is not... Even when you yourself know that team's not the greatest. There seems to be some loyalty, and it's like, it doesn't work that way, though. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. It is. It's just a part of life. But we shouldn't dwell on being wrong any more than we should gloat about being right, because people are right all the time as well. But if you're not willing to accept that you're going to be wrong sometimes and that changing your mind is fine. I mean, changing your mind when evidence contradicts what you think is not just fine, it's the logical thing to do. It makes you intelligent. But for some reason, as a society, we've decided that we should stick to our ideals even when they make no sense, or are, I mean, which is more common in politics when they are actively destructive towards our goals, aspirations, etc. And it's like, but why?
Stay and have some tea.
Yeah, I never understood why people go, I'll always vote for this, or I'll always do this, or I'll never do this. It's like, then you're just admitting that even if evidence came out to disprove whatever you think, you'd still stick to it, which is an idiotic thing to do. I mean, I'd give you a kind of low-key but good example of this is streaming, right? It sounds stupid, but it's like I try things, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. And rather than dwelling on the things that don't work, I just move on. Because, you know, not everything's going to work. You know, I wanted to play like Wrath of the Righteous, for example, right? And so I did a few streams, and nobody really watched. I had the usual people that watch while at work, whatever, but even they seemed to think that the game was too complicated, well, and they didn't really understand how to play it, and so I just move on. It's part of life. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Definitely, they seem to think that integrity means sticking by your belief or your ideal, no matter what. And it's like, but that's not really integrity at that point. It's kind of like stubbornness. There's a good kind of saying that the reed that doesn't bend will break, and that's very true, because you're going to end up actively what's the word? Not destroying, because that's a bit extreme, but you're going to be actively negatively affecting your life. For what? Your perceived integrity? There's definitely reasons where integrity is important, like when it comes to things like morals and ethics. But I don't think voting for the same political party, regardless of who's running and what they're doing and what they've done, and that's not integrity. I mean, it's kind of like blind loyalty. I think it's literally blind loyalty, because it's like you're just covering your eyes up and being like, well, I'm going to keep voting for them because I've always voted for them. Um, Yup. It's not even just vote, though. It's if you don't act like we do, if you don't make the same life decisions we do, if you don't love the same people that we do, it's... Your family should be the most accepting people in your life, bar none. And yet, in some families, they seem to be the least accepting people, unless you fit that rigidly defined idea. Alright, we need to talk to Strider. I forgot about that. That's actually what I came here for. It's actually one thing I heard once. So, I don't drink alcohol, and my family, my brother and sister don't really drink either. My family in general just aren't big drinkers. But there was one thing my friend said, which is like he disliked Christmas because his family would get drunk and argue. And I was like, but why do they think that's a reasonable thing to do? Why is that the normal thing to do? As like coming from someone where the family doesn't get drunk and argue, it sounds ludicrous. So why do they do that? If they know they're going to argue while getting drunk, why do they get drunk?
You bring dire news. Listen,
Yay! And if the family has to get drunk to put up with each other, then why do they have Christmas together? Although that said, I watch a YouTuber who does a lot of like like subreddits, and he does like, are the straights okay? And the number of straight couples that will, like, the man and wife will argue about how much they not argue, will joke about how much they hate each other, and how, you know, oh, she's the chain that keeps me chained down and stuff like that. And it's like, you guys hate each other. Why on earth are you married? That's not we shouldn't be normalizing that way of talking about people. Still like that guy's armor. I don't know what it is, but it looks nice. Maybe not so much the cloak. The cloak's a bit busy. I don't like busy cloaks.
What do you need?
Yeah. At least in the UK, there's a very much idea of just, you kind of just dig things deep and get on with things, and I think that's such a destructive way to have relationships. Because the thing is that it makes the little things become big things. They add up over time, rather than just being like, this annoyed me, and here's why, and, you know, here's how we can move forward. It's just dig it deep, and eventually things explode. Although, to be fair, I think things are starting to change for the better. But there was definitely a lot of that. You just sort of swallow it and move on. And it's not good for long-term stability in mental relationships. Or emotional relationships, not mental. So I think one thing that I would say in that is the kind of curating that goes on Facebook really doesn't help. Because it puts everybody, like, people generally aren't going to talk about bad things, right? Like, you know, if you're having a particularly bad day, unless you're wanting to attention seek, you generally won't tell people, right? You'll just get on with it. And well, I think that's fine to a degree. The problem on social media is, I think that's fine in general. Like, me personally, I'm just not someone that likes to talk about my problems. And so I just get on with it. That's just the way I deal with it. But the problem on social media is that it can mean that everybody around you seems to have this perfect life because they're not sharing the negative things in their life. But you know about all the negative things in your life. And so it seems like everybody else has got this perfect life and you don't. Now, that's not me saying everyone should start moaning on Facebook. It's... because I would say with, like, most people, not most people, but a lot of people, the Facebook doesn't come across that way. I think the problem is that people put so much emphasis on the little things that are quote-unquote perfect. That you know, it would even make their real life look bad. And then people feel guilty because their life's not as perfect as the perceived people on Facebook. I'm sort of lucky in that regard because I don't have that many people on Facebook that I don't actually know, either in real life or like long-term friendships online. So I've got a pretty accurate, or like a pretty realistic overview of people's lives. So I don't really fall into that trap. But I can imagine it can be bad when you've got people that barely know each other that are kind of trying to subconsciously one-up each other. I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but it's like kind of that subconscious one-upping. Man, we're really getting deep on the stream today. Never perfect. And even when days go, like, let's say you have a day where everything's gone pretty well, there's always ways it could have gone better. There's always ways it could have gone worse. No, it's nice. I like having interesting conversations. That's why I started streaming. It's interesting to hear other people's points of view, and I'm always interested. So my favorite question to ask like my friends is like, just tell me something. Just tell me something that you're interested in or passionate about. Or I love hearing people talk about things that they're interested and passionate about. I really do. Yeah. That is another big problem in general, is people just don't listen to each other. So what are we on? Okay, we're gonna pick up these jars and then I think it's time for the stream to end, because I need to have dinner before I play with my friends. Yep. Okay, it was really nice talking to everyone. I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a great evening or whatever the time is for you. I don't think I'll be streaming again today. It's already getting quite late. Thanks for the new follows. And I'll catch you all tomorrow.